Chapter 2036. That woman was none other than Liu Ruxian. He also happened to remember that man. It was the small fry he had looked down on, Su Yu. Sensing the commotion behind her, Liu Ruxian turned around and nodded politely with a smile. She continued to consult Su Yu as if there was no one else around. Su Yu did not pay much attention to them, saying, "These are the problems. I have already explained how to correct them. Next, it will depend on how you train." Liu Ruxian was pleasantly surprised, saying intimately, "Thank you, brother Su Yu." Li Ruochen forced a smile and walked forward. "Ruxian, are we having a martial exchange? Would you like to join us?" As he spoke, he did not care about Su Yu at all. Liu Ruxian had seen and experienced Su Yu's prowess with her own eyes. Why would she be interested in joining someone else? "I appreciate your good intentions, but I have friends." "Thank you," she politely and directly refused. Li Ruochen's expression sank, looking at Su Yu with a profound gaze. He did not understand why Liu Ruxian would be interested in such a man. Was there something special about him? Behind him, Yun Zhongtian rolled his eyes, walking forward with a smile. "Miss Liu, Brother Li is ranked 80th on the ecliptic list. In the past 10 days, we have listened to his lectures on the martial path and learned a lot. Why waste time on a useless person?" "Useless? Who?" "Su Yu." Liu Ruxian secretly shook her head. "If Su Yu was useless, then what were you?" "I like it." "What is it to you?" Liu Ruxian replied rudely. She was disgusted by people of the same age as Yun Zhongtian who thought highly of himself. Yun Zhongtian was deflated, his expression embarrassed. He looked at Su Yu and sneered. "Not bad, learning to play up to women. Not bad." Hearing his sarcastic emphasis, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He turned a deaf ear and said to Liu Ruxian, "Let's go somewhere else." Liu Ruxian readily agreed and said, "Headless flies buzzing around my ears, it's quite annoying." The headless fly she was referring to was naturally Yun Zhongtian. Pulling Su Yu along, Liu Ruxian could not wait to find a quiet place to train. Li Ruochen stood his ground and did not stop him. However, his eyes were slightly gloomy as he sighed in a low voice, "Are you Xian? What kind of eyesight do you have? For the sake of your future, I might have to let you see his true face during the ecliptic Dao meeting." The palace ship traveled through the void until 1 month later. The coast of a continent appeared in his line of sight. That's right, the coast of the continent. Standing on the deck of the palace ship, Su Yu gazed at the shore of the continent with a look of deep disbelief. Compared to the various civilizations he had seen in the past, the scene in front of him was indeed a continent-level existence. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of the ecliptic palace, only the edge of the continent. The ecliptic palace. Uye Huanyun, Shi Jun, and Liu Ruxian all looked shocked. Even though it wasn't their first time seeing the ecliptic palace, they were still shocked by it. Apart from its size, one could see with the naked eye that the shore was densely covered in layers of restrictions. Each of the seals was more powerful than the martial emperors. Anyone who tried to barge into the ecliptic palace would only end up as ashes. As they approached the shore, the palace ship released a unique signal. The restrictions sensed it and opened automatically, allowing the small ship to enter. As the palace ship approached the shore, a deep voice reached everyone's ears. "Disembark immediately and head for the ecliptic Dao meeting." The 30-odd people on the ship disembarked one after another. Under the guidance of the crew, they used the transportation portal. Su Yu felt a wave of vertigo from long-distance teleportation. It was even further than teleporting between 5-star civilizations. However, when he revealed himself, Su Yu was surprised to find that he was still within the range of the shore. Just how big is the ecliptic palace? Su Yu was secretly shocked. Restraining the emotions in his heart, Su Yu scanned his surroundings and immediately found an extremely spacious arena in front of him. It could accommodate thousands of people fighting at the same time. In front of the arena, 300 people had gathered and were chatting with each other. Some were from 5-star civilizations, while others were from half-path civilizations. "Hurry up and gather there," the guide urged impatiently. Su Yu and the others hurried over immediately and waited quietly. Looking at the giant red arena, Suyu understood what was going on. He had already learned about the ecliptic Tao meeting from the conversations of Uya Huanyun and the others. The meeting would be held in 10 regions, and they were in the red region. In the end, the red region would determine the top 20. The top 20 of the 10 regions would gather together and compete in the top 100 ranking competition. The higher one's ranking was, the more generous the rewards. If one could enter the top 100, one could enter the lower palace of the ecliptic palace. The top 50 could enter the middle palace of the ecliptic palace. The top 10 could enter the upper palace. However, the top 50 were mostly occupied by the outstanding geniuses nurtured by the ecliptic palace. Very few geniuses from outside could occupy a place. No one could compete with them for the top 10. After waiting patiently in the red region for several days, more and more geniuses gathered there. In the end, 1,000 people arrived. Suyu, Uya Huanyun, and the others were chatting when suddenly, 10 snow-white winged white horses approached from the horizon. Screams rang out everywhere they passed. Even Uya Huanyun, Liu Ruxian, and Shijun looked at them with deep respect. The geniuses of the ecliptic palace are here. Liu Ruxian's eyes were filled with deep jealousy. Only the geniuses of the ecliptic palace are qualified to ride the white snow holy horses. I wonder how strong the 10 geniuses of the ecliptic palace are. In every ecliptic assembly, the ecliptic palace would send 200 geniuses nurtured by them to the 10 regions to compete with the geniuses from outside. If they were lucky, they might not encounter a strong opponent. But if they were unlucky, they might be eliminated in the first round. When the 10 white snow holy horses approached, their faces were revealed to the crowd. Bai Jianfei, ranked 36. Yi Minghua, ranked 47th. Zhong Wentian, ranked 53rd. Oh my god, there are 13 people in the top 100 of the ecliptic list. Liu Ruxian exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Even Uya Huanyun's expression was extremely ugly. 13 people in the top 100 meant that there were only 7 places left for the thousands of people to compete for. The pressure was unimaginable. Suyu's expression was calm, and he did not panic too much. Even if he did not encounter a strong opponent now, could the next round be avoided? It was only a matter of time before he fought with the strong fighters of the ecliptic palace. Moreover, among those people, Bai Jianfei, who was ranked the highest, was only a 4-crown late-stage martial artist. For Suyu, it would not be too difficult. Entering the top 20 this time should not be a problem. The 200 people landed one after another, occupying a corner alone. They did not communicate with the geniuses from the foreign civilizations. Pride and superiority were released in an invisible manner. Everyone, get into the arena. Suyu obeyed and climbed into the arena with Uya Huanyun and the others. When everyone was there, the arena under their feet suddenly produced a powerful space power, and everyone's positions were randomly disrupted. When they stood in their positions again, Uya Huanyun and the others were nowhere to be found, and they were replaced by strangers. At the same time, the arena changed again, isolating the 100 people closest to it with space power, forming a small arena. A metal puppet appeared in the center of the arena, and it swept its gaze across the crowd with an expressionless face. As it swept its back, a number appeared on everyone's chest. Suyu's number was 18. Odd number against even number, the puppet said calmly. This was a mixed battle, with 50 people fighting 50 people. Once someone's life was threatened, he would be judged to have failed and be eliminated. Finally, when there were only 10 people left on the arena, the mixed battle ended. Mixed battle, begin. The arena was not large, and everyone was within each other's attack range. Therefore, no strategy could be used, and they could only attack preemptively. In an instant, the scene became chaotic. All kinds of divine techniques and rules of different powers filled the entire small arena. Everyone had nowhere to hide, and they fought with all their might. Therefore, a large number of people were immediately eliminated from the beginning. They were swept out of the arena by the space power, causing the small arena to become empty, and those who wanted to hide had nowhere to hide. When the number of people was reduced to 20, the mutual attacks were quite rare. The number of people on each side could be counted clearly. Unfortunately, the even number team that Suyu was in was at a serious disadvantage. There were only 7 people left on their side, while the other side had 14 people, more than twice their number. What was more difficult was that the other side had a genius from the Ecliptic Palace, who was ranked 83rd. On Su Yu's side, the genius from the Ecliptic Palace with the highest cultivation was ranked 95th. But the worry was that the other side would not take the initiative to provoke this genius from the Ecliptic Palace, who was ranked 95th. Their targets were obviously Su Yu and the other 6 people. As expected, apart from the 95th genius who took the initiative to attack the other side, and the other side was forced to retaliate, no one else attacked him. The remaining 12 people all targeted Su Yu and the other 5 people. Among them, the genius from the Ecliptic Palace, Ao Yunyang, who was ranked 83rd, had his eyes on Su Yu. "You seem to be very good at dodging." Ao Yunyang's eyes were filled with contempt. He had seen with his own eyes that Su Yu had never taken the initiative to attack during the battle. He had always chosen to evade, and he was able to evade very cleverly. The others had either been eliminated or were injured to varying degrees. Only Su Yu was unscathed. "Oh," Su Yu said indifferently. He just did not want to bully others. Otherwise, if he had attacked, the other side would have been eliminated very quickly. "Although I don't know how you managed to remain unscathed in this chaotic battle, it ends here." Ao Yunyang's body flashed, and he appeared within 30 feet of Su Yu, instantly displaying his level 5 law. With a clanging sound, the chain passed through the virtual shadow that Su Yu had left behind and shot into the arena. Ao Yunyang was slightly stunned. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. Chapter 2037. Not yet. Ao Yunyang's body trembled. His opponent was only a 4-crown early-stage divine warrior, while he was a 4-crown middle-stage divine warrior. So what if he was captured? But just as he was about to retaliate, a cold feeling of death invaded his body. At that moment, his hands and feet were cold, and he felt the cold illusion of death. At the same time, space energy appeared around him, sweeping him away. Ao Yunyang, eliminated. There were only 20 people left, and the situation on the arena was clear. Ao Yunyang being eliminated by an unremarkable human naturally did not escape their eyes, causing waves of shock. He eliminated Ao Yunyang? That can't be. Ao Yunyang is ranked 83rd on the ecliptic list. How could he be eliminated so easily? Bewilderment and shock filled everyone's eyes. Among the odd-numbered side, those who were prepared to target Su Yu felt their scalps go numb. They all moved away from Su Yu, no one daring to find trouble with him. Su Yu stood leisurely in the corner with his hands behind his back, waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Only 10 people were left in the arena. "The mixed battle is over," the metal puppet announced. The odd-numbered side relaxed, looking at Su Yu in unison. They were secretly glad that this person had not intervened. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. Not long after, the battles on the other arenas ended. There were only 100 people left from the original 1,000 on the arena. When the space barrier dissipated, they looked at each other. Those who could enter the top 100 in such an intense battle were the elites of the elites. Most of them were geniuses from the Ecliptic Palace. Less than 20 people were from other civilizations. Among them were well-known fighters like Li Ruochen and Yu Huanyun. Following them were Yun Zhantian, Shi Jun, Liu Ruxian, and others ranked around 150th on the ecliptic list. Yun Zhantian shook the blood-colored robe on his body, taking a deep breath. His mood was relatively calm. Even though it was a little dangerous, with his abilities, entering the top 100 in the sub-region would not be a problem. He looked at the people from the other civilizations, giving them a friendly smile. After all, they were all from other civilizations. Within the Ecliptic Palace, they were natural allies. When he smiled at them, they all responded with a smile. However, when Yun Zhantian's gaze swept past Yu Huanyun and nodded at the person beside him, his expression stiffened and he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you still standing on the stage?" He almost thought that he was mistaken. How could Su Yu, a late-stage 3-crown martial artist, last until the end of the chaotic battle? Right now, the top 100 were all at least early-stage 4-crown emperors, and they were all relatively strong ones. 3-crown emperors simply couldn't get a foothold. Upon hearing this, Su Yu calmly asked, "Why are you standing here?" "Nonsense. With my strength, isn't it normal for me to be standing here?" Yun Zhongtian said bluntly. Su Yu's face was calm. "Isn't that it?" Yun Zhongtian could not help but laugh. "Are you trying to tell me that it is also because of your strength?" "What else can I do?" Su Yu asked. Yun Zhongtian chuckled. "You can ask everyone here if they believe me or not." Su Yu smiled but did not say anything. It would be a waste of time to speak to someone who thought highly of himself and looked down on others. Beside him, Uye Huanyun frowned as he stared at Yun Zhongtian and said indifferently, "Are you very strong? Why don't we have a spar?" He did not like Yun Zhongtian's attitude of looking down on others. With Su Yu's strength, it was normal for him to be in the top 100. What was so ridiculous about that? Yun Zhongtian shut his mouth. In front of Uye Huanyun, he really did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. "Oh, then you are very strong. Why don't we have a spar?" A slightly cold voice came from behind Yun Zhongtian. Li Ruochun's clothes were spotless. He calmly walked over, glancing at Su Yu before looking straight at Uye Huanyun. Uye Huanyun was not afraid. "Haha, sure. I have long heard of Li Ruochun's name. Since we have met, let's have a good fight." His fighting spirit soared, his face filled with intense interest. The two of them actually looked like they were about to fight over someone else's matters. But Li Ruochun calmly said, "Oh? You want to experience the taste of defeat so quickly? Sure, see you in the arena. Haha, anytime." Uye Huanyun's face was full of anticipation. Li Ruochun stared at Su Yu and said calmly, "Although I don't know what kind of luck you had, as you only managed to enter the top 100 by encountering a group of weak opponents, the real test has just begun. Don't lose too miserably." Haha. Su Yu merely chuckled. The conflict between the two sides had not escalated, but anyone with a discerning eye could see the formless smoke of gunpowder. "The competition for the top 10, begin," the metal puppet announced again. The 100 people in the arena were randomly divided into 20 groups, each group of 5 people. The first among the 5 would become the top 20 in the region and qualify to head to the Ecliptic Palace's main palace to compete for the rankings. It could be said that that was the place to truly display one's strength. The higher-ups of the Ecliptic Palace would not pay attention to the current regional competition. Su Yu's feet shook. When he appeared again, he was in an isolated space. He could not help but lament that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Yun Zhongtian was in the same region, as well as 3 other geniuses from the Ecliptic Palace. One of them was Zhong Wentian, who was ranked 53rd. When Yun Zhongtian saw this person, his face immediately turned pale. Against such a strong opponent, his chances of winning were slim. Although he had made bold promises to his father that he would fight his way into the top 50, in reality, he was still very clear about his own capabilities. In a real fight, it would be difficult to emerge victorious. This meant that he would be eliminated from the regional competition and would not be able to make it into the top 100. "May I ask for your name?" Zhong Wentian suddenly asked. Yun Zhongtian subconsciously cupped his fists and responded, "I am Yun Zhongtian from the Four Symbols civilization." Only he and Su Yu were from another civilization. The other party was obviously asking about Yun Zhongtian, who was not weak. "I'm not asking you, I'm asking him," Zhong Wentian said indifferently, glancing at Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian's strength was nothing in his eyes. Why would he deliberately be concerned? What he was concerned about was Su Yu. During the short break just now, the people of the Ecliptic Palace exchanged the strong opponents they had encountered. Among them, Su Yu had caused a stir among the geniuses of the Ecliptic Palace. Ao Yunyang, who was ranked 83rd, had been eliminated by this person. His level of danger was assessed as high, even more dangerous than Li Ruochun and Uye Huanyun. After all, Li Ruochun had spent a lot of effort to barely make it into the top 80 of the Ecliptic list. But Su Yu had defeated Ao Yunyang, who was ranked 83rd, without much effort. He really did not expect that Su Yu, the most dangerous person, would be assigned to his group. Yun Zhongtian was startled. "Not asking me?" He looked at Su Yu, slightly puzzled. What was so special about him that Zhong Wentian of the Ecliptic Palace would pay attention to him? Su Yu. I am Zhong Wentian. Since we have met, I hope that you will not be stingy with your teachings, Zhong Wentian said. No problem, Su Yu said indifferently. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yun Zhontian frowned deeply. Did Zhong Wentian misunderstand something? He had actually treated Su Yu as someone of the same generation, while he, Yun Zhontian, was ignored. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, I am Yun Zhontian. I hope that when we fight later, Brother Zhong will not be stingy with your teachings. Zhong Wentian glanced at him and nodded indifferently. Qi Qing, later you will come and meet this Yun. Yun something. Qi Qing was ranked 71st on the ecliptic list. He said reluctantly, well, I had originally wanted to personally exchange pointers with Su Yu. Since Brother Zhong has chosen first, I have no choice. I will use this Yun Zhontian to pass the time. Hearing this, Yun Zhontian could not help but feel resentful. Were the Ecliptic Palace's geniuses blind? Ignoring the powerful Yun Zhontian, he was interested in the useless Su Yu. It was really inexplicable. He looked at Su Yu, his gaze even more unfriendly. At this moment, the metal puppet announced, the battle for the top 20 in the region has officially begun. Number 18 versus number 109. Su Yu, number 18, took a step forward. Ha ha. Yun Zhontian's laughter suddenly sounded behind him. He took a step forward and stood opposite Su Yu. On his chest, there was a number 109. He was the opponent Su Yu wanted to challenge. You are destined to be defeated at my hands. Yun Zhontian felt that the so-called heavens existed. He was destined to be unable to enter the top 20, but he could eliminate Su Yu before he was defeated. This could barely be considered a consolation. At least he was not eliminated in a very embarrassing manner. Su Yu turned and looked at him indifferently. The spar has not even begun, and the outcome has already been determined. The three Ecliptic Palace's geniuses watching the battle secretly sympathized with Yun Zhontian. Of all the people he could have fought, he just had to fight Su Yu. It was one thing to fight Su Yu, but he did not have the slightest bit of self-awareness. They really did not know where he got the confidence to shamelessly boast that the most dangerous person in the region would be defeated by him. Yun Zhontian shook his head. You are really unreasonable. You were lucky enough to enter the top 100 in this region. Even at this moment, you are still holding on to the mentality of a fluke. It is really sad. I think you have been with Liu Ruxian for too long and mistakenly believe that you are very capable. Unfortunately, the truth is cruel. It is not good for you to live in a dream like this. Yun Zhontian slowly released the cultivation level of a middle stage 4-crown divine warrior, even using his level 6 law. His face was calm as he said, for the sake of my sister, I will personally beat you up so that you can wake up from your stupor. I will let you know how much you are worth. After saying this, his figure flickered and he raised his hand to slap Su Yu's face. Su Yu's expression was calm. He had tolerated this successor of the 4-symbol manner many times. Now, he still wanted to slap and humiliate him in front of everyone. Chapter 2038. As his voice fell, Su Yu had already disappeared from where he stood. A slap landed on Yun Zhontian's cheek. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the arena. Yun Zhontian's palm was still in midair, but he had already been slapped. His body rolled half a circle, somewhat confused, not quite understanding how he had been slapped. After regaining his senses, he roared, "You dare slap me!" Slap, he was still yelling when another slap landed on his face. Ah! You! Slap, it was another slap. I! Slap, another slap. Yun Zhontian was completely stunned, spinning in place like a spinning top. After 18 consecutive slaps, Yun Zhontian's cheeks were red and swollen, his mouth full of blood, and he stumbled to the ground. Su Yu withdrew his hand and looked down at him. Are you awake? The one who needed to wake up was not Su Yu, but him. Yun Zhontian's head was dizzy. He covered his cheek and looked up at Su Yu, his eyes full of fear and shock. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. To be unable to fight back, the other party's strength was definitely far superior to his. His true strength was not the 3-crown later stage martial artist that his sister had spoken of, but the 4-crown later stage martial artist. Zhong Wentian and the other two who were watching the battle gasped. Although they had expected Su Yu's strength to be very strong, they had never imagined that he would be so strong that Yun Zhantian could not fight back. They asked themselves if they could do it to such an extent. The heaven ruler of the ecliptic list, Qi Qing, could not help but shiver. He had wanted to challenge Su Yu personally, but now it looked like he was lucky he had not been picked. Su Yu was too strong. Su Yu looked at Yun Zhantian indifferently. Do you want to continue? Yun Zhantian trembled, his face full of horror. I admit defeat. He was afraid that Su Yu would attack again and hurriedly admitted defeat. The metal puppet sensed it and immediately teleported him away. In the end, only Su Yu and the other three were left. Looking up at them, Su Yu smiled indifferently. Do we need to compete? Zhong Wentian smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that there would be a heaven's pride like you outside of the Ecliptic Palace Hall. There is always someone better than you. Before coming here, Zhong Wentian and the other heaven's prides of the Ecliptic Palace were determined to win the ranking of their region. He felt that he could easily enter the top 20 of the region. But now, the cruel reality was that they were not fated to enter the top 20. However, even if I lose, I have to fight with all my strength. Zhong Wentian was full of fighting intent. Su Yu calmly nodded. All right. Then I'll be more serious. Hearing this, the faces of Zhong Wentian and others changed. Could it be that the strength shown just now was not his true strength? Number 18 versus number 29. Number 29 was Zhong Wentian. He took a deep breath and gathered all the great desolate eon power in his body to form his own chains of law. Su Yu took out the Azura sword and slashed at the sky. Bury the heavens. When the sword came down, it was as if heaven and earth had been buried and destroyed. Zhong Wentian only felt cold all over, as if death had brushed past him. His heart was thumping madly, and a sense of danger that he had never felt before surged in his heart. The metal puppet sensed it and immediately teleported away. Number 18 wins. The next two people were also eliminated without any suspense. Su Yu's group was the first to compete for the first place. Subsequently, the rest of the groups competed for the first place. In addition to Su Yu, there were only Li Ruochen, Ouya Huanyun, Shi Jun, and Liu Ruxian, who were not heaven's prides of the Ecliptic Palace. Where is Zhong Wentian? The top-ranked heaven's prides of the Ecliptic Palace gathered and suddenly found that Zhong Wentian was not in the top 20. Bai Jianfei, who was ranked 36th, was slightly startled. Is there something wrong? With Zhong Wentian's strength, how could he not enter the top 20? And Qi Qing, he also did not enter the top 20. Yi Minghua, who was ranked 47th, had a dignified expression. The selected heaven's prides of the Ecliptic Palace were all deeply surprised. Zhong Wentian and Qi Qing were both famous heaven's prides in the top 100 of the Ecliptic list. They were definitely able to get a seat in the top 100 competition of the overall region later. How could they not even pass the regional selection? They did not understand what had happened at all. Bai Jianfei's eyes were sharp. When he glanced at Li Ruochen, he shook his head slightly. On the surface, Li Ruochen was the most powerful heaven's prides of the foreign civilization, but the people of the Ecliptic Palace knew very well that there was an unknown person hidden in the foreign civilization. Su Yu. Bai Jianfei and Yi Minghua looked at Su Yu one after another, their eyes revealing deep suspicion. If there was anyone who could eliminate Zhong Wentian and the others, it was only him who had some possibility. At this time, Ouya Huanyun and the others also discovered the existence of Su Yu, and their faces showed deep surprise. Congratulations, Brother Su, you have also successfully entered the top 20, Ouya Huanyun said. Liu Ruxian was even more surprised, and said playfully, of course, to be able to give us pointers in our cultivation, how could his strength be low? Although they said so, in fact, they were a little surprised by Su Yu's entry. With his strength and good luck, he could enter the top 20. Shi Jun smiled. Brother Su did not encounter a strong opponent, which is a cause for celebration. In this regard, Ouya Huanyun deeply agreed and sighed. Our division can be said to be crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Even strong people like Zhong Wentian and Qi Qing, who are ranked in the top 100, were eliminated by the mysterious person. If we meet him, we will definitely be eliminated. Shi Jun was surprised. Who could it be? Could it be Li Ruochen? Him? Ye Huanyun shook his head. It can't be him. Although Li Ruochen's strength is good, he is not strong enough to eliminate Zhong Wentian. Then who could it be? The foreign civilization is nothing more than the few of us. Ye Huanyun pondered. It is likely to be the heavens prides of the Ecliptic Palace. They are also full of competition, and it is likely that some heavens prides of the Ecliptic Palace are hiding their strength and only revealed it at this moment. This was the most reasonable explanation. As the four of them were talking, Li Ruochen came over, stared at Su Yu suspiciously, and asked the four of them, "Have you seen Yun Zhantian?" He was very curious as to why Su Yu could stay, but Yun Zhantian could not. Was Su Yu's luck so good? Ye Huanyun's face was indifferent, and he did not respond. So what if he had seen him? Li Ruochen questioned him with a condescending attitude. Why should he answer? Shi Jun and Liu Ruxian also turned a deaf ear to him, treating him like air. Li Ruochen's expression darkened slightly, knowing that he was being ostracized. He stared at Su Yu with hostility. I have to say, your luck is as good as ever, to be able to enter the top 20. In fact, it was not just him. Ye Huanyun and the others also attributed Su Yu's luck to the ranks. It's all right. Su Yu was indifferent. He paused for a moment, then said, I have seen Yun Zhantian. He is in our group. If you want to find him, you should go to the eliminated concentration camp to look for him. He should be there. Nonsense. Since Yun Zhantian was not here, he must have been transferred away because of the elimination. I am asking, who defeated him? Su Yu pointed to himself. It was me. You. Li Ruochen shook his head, his eyes filled with contempt. You really know how to flatter yourself. With your strength, you are probably not even a tenth of Yun Zhantian's. Forget it, your luck can only end here. You will feel despair in the next top 100 rankings of the region. As he spoke, Li Ruochen clasped his hands behind his back and walked to a corner alone. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. Li Ruochen took it for granted, and Su Yu was too lazy to explain further. The competition for the top 20 of the coastal region has ended. Now, I invite the finalists to head to the Ecliptic Palace's plaza. Hearing this, the fighting spirit of the 20 people present erupted. The sparring in the different regions could only be considered a warm-up. The real competition would come next. Ye Huanyun's eyes were also filled with nervousness. On the whole, their coastal region's luck was not bad. Among the strong martial artists of the Ecliptic Palace, the highest ranked was by Jianfei, who was ranked 36th. The rest of the people who were ranked higher were allocated to the other 9 great battle regions. Hence, the plaza of the Ecliptic Palace was where the true geniuses gathered. Under the guidance of the people of the Ecliptic Palace, they boarded the transportation spell and once again went through an ultra-long distance transportation. This transportation process lasted for a whole day and night. Su Yu's head was splitting as he rode. He felt as if he was not traveling across a single civilization, but a long distance of over 100 5-star civilizations. When his feet touched the ground, Su Yu endured the discomfort and forced himself to stand. Before he could open his eyes, he heard a sound of surprise. Oh! The coastal battle region has a seedling with pretty good soul energy. He can still stand after such a long-distance transportation. Not bad, not bad. Su Yu opened his eyes and saw a green-robed, white-bearded old man smiling as he stroked his beard. Looking at the formation again, apart from Su Yu, everyone else was either bending over and vomiting, lying on the ground with weak limbs, or squatting down and holding their heads that were splitting. Su Yu was the only one who could stand up with difficulty, looking like a crane among chickens. Hee, go and rest. You have 10 days to recuperate. The green-robed, white-bearded old man smiled as he waved his hand. Su Yu felt a cool breeze blowing past him. His whole body felt refreshed, and the discomfort in his soul was immediately eliminated. Looking at the rest of the people, he saw that their various symptoms were also eliminated. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He was able to perform a soul-healing divine technique on more than 20 people with just a wave of his hand. His soul attainments were terrifying. "Thank you, Elder." Su Yu cupped his hands. "May I ask which expert of the Ecliptic Palace you are?" The green-robed, white-bearded old man laughed. "How am I an expert? You are merely a formation watcher." Su Yu was secretly surprised, but he did not quite believe it. He said, "Elder, you are being modest." Such a soul expert was at least in existence at the level of a 5-crown divine warrior. How could he be a nameless nobody like the formation watcher? Uya Huanyun rubbed his head and asked curiously, "Brother Su, why did you say so much to the gatekeeper?" Chapter 2039. Under the guidance of the people from the Ecliptic Palace, they entered the incomparably huge city walls. The city walls were immeasurably huge. Even with Su Yu's soul perception, he could not see the end of it at all. This is a subsidiary city of the Ecliptic Temple. As participants of the Ecliptic Assembly, all of you can rest in the Clear Heart residence in the city for 10 days and wait for the finals to begin. After the guide finished speaking, he left by himself and left them at the city gate. This was also a test of their adaptability, and could be considered one of the tests of the Ecliptic Assembly. Even the geniuses of the Ecliptic Palace had looks of awe and unfamiliarity. Although they had been nurtured by the Ecliptic Palace, it was simply too big. They had never had the chance to come to this largest subsidiary city, and had always trained in remote areas. It was only recently that they had received news to head to the designated battleground to compete for the top 20. Bai Jianfei, Yi Minghua, and the others formed a group and entered the city first. Su Yu, Uya Huanyun, Shi Jun, and Liu Ruxian formed a team and entered the city. When they entered the city for inspection, Su Yu was a little surprised to find that the ordinary soldiers guarding the city gates were all early-stage 5-crown emperors. The team leader was a mid-stage 5-crown emperor. As for the general guarding the gate, he was a peak 5-crown emperor. Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone at the peak of 5-crown emperor realm was actually relegated to the position of a gate guard general. This was simply unimaginable outside. I once heard my father say that there are many extremely powerful emperors in the Ecliptic Palace. They are all people nurtured by the Ecliptic Palace, and they are unwilling to leave the Ecliptic Palace. They choose to take up positions and stay in the Ecliptic Palace forever. Su Yu suddenly understood. Looking at the endless void, the Ecliptic Palace could be said to be the most prosperous place in the Holy Land of the Martial Path. If they wanted to develop further in the Martial Path, they naturally had a greater chance of staying in the Ecliptic Palace. Therefore, whether it was guarding the city gates or guarding the formations, they were willing to stay. Su Yu was silent. Was the world in their hearts only limited to the Ecliptic Palace? He knew that he could not blame them for not having foresight. The great beginning realm was simply too vast. How difficult would it be to find another place to settle down? Like Uya Huanyun and the others, they would most likely not be willing to set foot in a more distant place for the rest of their lives. A voice involuntarily welled up in his heart. Settle down in the Ecliptic Palace from now on. With the prosperity of the Ecliptic Palace, Su Yu would also have great achievements. However, the image of Xia Jingyu and Xian flashed across his mind, and he silently extinguished this thought. His footsteps could not be stopped. In this unfamiliar city, the four of them asked around for the location of Bright Heart residence. However, for some unknown reason, no one knew that there was a Bright Heart residence in the city. No way, is it really a test of the Ecliptic Palace? Liu Ruxian was confused. What was the point of such a test? Su Yu didn't quite understand either, so he thought for a moment and said, "Let's ask him again." At the same time, Li Ruochen and the prodigies of the Ecliptic Dao Palace were all asking around about Bright Heart residence. The answer they received was the same. They had no idea that there was a Mingxin residence in the city. Gradually, they, who had relaxed slightly, tensed up again. They realized that this might be another test. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they immediately sped up their search. They all wanted to be the first to find Mingxin residence. After asking around for an entire day without any results, Uya Huanyun and the others were starting to get impatient. They did not know if the others had found it before them. If they fell behind, Would it affect their subsequent rankings? Let's split up and search. Whoever finds it will pass on the message. Ouya Huanyun gave each of them a transportation jade charm. Su Yu held the jade charm in his hand and did not continue searching. Instead, he fell into deep thought. There was no practical point in searching blindly. If Mingxin residence really existed, there should be people who knew about it. His mind was racing as he pondered carefully. After a long while, an idea came to Su Yu's mind. However, he felt that it was too absurd and impossible. Let's give it a try. Su Yu muttered to himself for a moment before he found an unknown inn. Sir, do you want to stay in the inn? Su Yu said, you can say that. However, I want to buy the inn and stay in it. Buy it and stay in it. The innkeeper was dumbfounded. Yes, money is not a problem, Su Yu said. Soon, the owner appeared and negotiated with Su Yu face to face. In the end, Su Yu bought the entire inn at a sky-high price of 30,000 Dao coins. At the same time, after buying it, Su Yu removed the inn's signboard and changed its name to Mingxin Residence. The real Mingxin Residence shouldn't exist, Su Yu thought to himself. Firstly, as the property of a branch of the Ecliptic Palace, it was used to receive the members of the Ecliptic Palace who went to various places to carry out errands. There was no need for a subsidiary city of the main palace to exist. Secondly, such a famous industry shouldn't be unknown. The only possibility was that there was no Mingxin residence. But why did the people of the Ecliptic Palace request them to search for a non-existent Mingxin residence? Hence, Su Yu gave his answer. Build his own Bright Heart residence. Several days later, Ouya Huanyun and the others had practically walked through almost half of the city, but they still couldn't find a single trace of the Enlightened Heart residence. Su Yu was even more certain of his guess, so he informed the three of them to come here. Brother Su, you found the Bright Heart residence? Ouya Huanyun stared at the simple and crude inn with astonishment in his eyes. The Bright Heart residence had always been famous for its luxury. How could it be so simple and crude? I built it myself, Su Yu replied calmly. Self-built. Ouya Huanyun and the rest of the people were all shocked and looked at Su Yu in disbelief. How daring of him to think about it. Since he couldn't find Mingxin residence, he actually built one himself. Brother Su, you're too, Su Yu said calmly. Did you find the real Bright Heart residence? This. Ouya Huanyun and the others hesitated. A moment later, Liu Ruxian was the first to give up. She said, I can't find the Bright Heart residence no matter what. Since I can't pass the test anyway, I'm too lazy to look for it. I'll just stay here. Since she had given up, Ouya Huanyun and Shijun also lost their motivation to continue searching and settled down here. Another few days passed. A heaven ruler of the Ecliptic Palace happened to pass by and was surprised to find the Bright Heart residence. He was surprised and puzzled, and he immediately informed his companions. They entered together and asked, Is this the Bright Heart residence? Su Yu had not only bought the inn, but he had also bought the innkeeper. The innkeeper pointed at the signboard. Can't you read it yourself? His attitude of if you like it or not, you can't stay here actually made them believe that this was Mingxin residence. How much is it for a night? The owner said it's free. Hearing this, they were even more certain, because the person in charge of the Ecliptic Palace had said that they could stay in the Bright Heart residence for free. Their stay made more heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace aware of the existence of the Bright Heart residence, and they all rushed over. Although this was far from the Bright Heart residence they had imagined, they had searched so hard for it to no avail. Now that they had found it, what else could they do? In the end, the 20 people who entered the city arrived at the Bright Heart residence. In one of the guest rooms, Su Yu, Ouya Huanyun, and Shijun exchanged pointers in the Ecliptic Palace again. Well, in the following ranking competition, only brother Ou Yi can enter the top 100 and become a member of the Middle Palace. Others like me can only enter the Lower Palace, Liu Ruxian said with envy and jealousy. Shijun nodded slightly and said, If one day brother Ou Yi becomes the person in charge of the Branch Palace, don't forget about us. Ouya Huanyun shook his head and chuckled. Even I was kicked out of the top 100 of the Ecliptic list by that Yu Xian, let alone the Ecliptic meeting. Many heaven rulers outside of the Ecliptic list may appear. I'll be grateful if I can enter the top 150. Liu Ruxian covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother Ouyi, you're too modest. How can there be so many hidden heaven rulers? Ouya Huanyun just chuckled and looked at Su Yu, who was silent. He asked, Brother Su, what ranking do you plan to compete for? Top 10, Su Yu said. Only the top 10 would get a body fruit. Top 10? Ouya Huanyun was startled, and Liu Ruxian's face was full of surprise. She then burst into laughter. Brother Su Yu, you're really humorous. Shijun also shook his head in amusement. Brother Su, you look so serious. I almost believed you. Su Yu smiled and said nothing. Right at that moment, the shopkeeper knocked on the door and said, Boss, the food is ready. All right. He looked at the other 3 people. Let's go. The ingredients of the Ecliptic Palace were quite special. Many of them contained a shred of the Pathmaster's comprehension. They couldn't taste such ingredients anywhere else. Therefore, they had been eating such ingredients for the past few days. The 4 of them left the room. As soon as they came out, they ran into Li Ruochen in the corridor. He was alone and had a satisfied look on his face. When he saw Su Yu, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you're really lucky to have found this place. Hearing this, Ouya Huanyun and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. This place was built by Su Yu. Su Yu's face was calm. Oh, do you have any advice for me? Li Ruochen looked at Liu Ruxian, who was standing next to Su Yu, and looked slightly displeased. I don't have any advice for you. I'm just reminding you on behalf of Yun Zhantian. Speak. You're indebted to the 4-symbol mansion, and you've relied on their recommendation letter to get to where you are now. You must keep this in mind, understand? Li Ruochen sounded like he was lecturing Su Yu. His motive was obvious. He wanted to belittle Su Yu in front of Liu Ruxian. He wanted to let her know that Su Yu, whom she had taken a fancy to, was someone who didn't even qualify to participate in the Ecliptic Palace meet. Su Yu's face was calm, and he didn't say anything. Without the 4-symbol mansion's charity, you wouldn't be where you are now. I hope that, no matter what ranking you get, you'll go back and repay their kindness, Li Ruochen said. This is the basic principle of being a human. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Su Yu calmly. Are you from the 4-symbol mansion? No, but what does that have to do with you? Do I need you to say anything? Su Yu's eyes were cold. Li Ruochen shook his head. I'm teaching you how to be a human, but you won't listen, Su Yu said calmly. Fine, then I'll teach you how to be a human. He didn't say a word, but took out a recommendation letter. It was the letter that Yun Qianshuang had given him, and it had the 4-symbol mansion's seal on it. Chapter 2040. Li Ruochen looked at the recommendation letter, his face full of shock. You're useless. Then how did you participate in the Ecliptic Assembly? When they disembarked from the palace ship, everyone's invitation and recommendation letters had been taken away and handed over to the Ecliptic Palace. Su Yu could not possibly keep them. I never used the 4-symbol mansion's recommendation letter, nor did I accept their charity. Instead, they owed me a favor for no reason, Su Yu said calmly. Now, do you still have any morals to teach me? Li Ruochen came back to his senses, his face alternating between green and red as he stared at Su Yu with hostility. Seeing that he was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation, Ouya Huanyun shook his head. Li Ruochen's narrow-mindedness was beyond praise. Liu Ruxian frowned and said, with Brother Su Yu's abilities, who would be willing to give him a recommendation letter? Many people would be willing to recommend him to participate in the Ecliptic Assembly. If Su Yu did not have a recommendation letter, she would have been willing to give him one unconditionally. Such an outstanding person did not need charity from others. She was quite dissatisfied with Li Ruochen. She had thought that he was a good person, talented, and gentle. But now, she realized that his character was problematic. Su Yu had never provoked him, yet he had inexplicably stepped forward to belittle him. Failing to belittle him, he had flown into a rage out of humiliation. She rejoiced that she had not accepted his advances in the past. Li Ruochen did not care about how others viewed him, but Liu Ruxian's attitude made him look at Su Yu even more unfriendly. He coldly threw away the recommendation letter and said, I really do not want to be under the same roof as someone like you who relies on luck and women. Staying even a moment longer will only affect my mood. Liu Ruxian laughed angrily. How could someone like Li Ruochen have the cheek to criticize Su Yu? She coldly said, then you can leave. Is there anyone who wants you to stay? Li Ruochen clasped his hands behind his back and smiled proudly. Mingxin residence does not belong to you. It is not up to you to decide whether I stay or go. Ouya Huanyun and Shi Jun were slightly stunned, looking at Su Yu with strange expressions. Shi Jun coughed lightly and said, perhaps the three of us don't have the qualifications to decide your fate, but Brother Su can. I advise you to be careful when you speak, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to look for another place to stay. Him? Li Ruochen sneered and shook his head. I don't understand what you are talking about. I don't know what you are talking about. No matter how good Su Yu's bearing was, he couldn't withstand this person's constant provocation. So, he calmly said, then I'll let you understand. Shopkeeper, please send our guest out. The innkeeper who led the way nodded and made an inviting gesture towards Li Ruochen. Young master, please leave. Mingxin residence does not welcome you. Li Ruochen was startled. He pointed at Su Yu and said indignantly, are you crazy? He asked me to leave, and you really want me to leave? I'm the heir of a half-path civilization. Who does he think he is? The shopkeeper was not afraid of Li Ruochen, especially at the foot of the Ecliptic Palace. No one dared to act recklessly. His face twitched slightly. Young master, you must be joking. It doesn't matter who you are. What's important is that young Master Su is the owner of Mingxin residence. If he wants you to leave, then I can only let you leave. Hearing that, Li Ruochen was startled once more, and his mind was filled with disbelief. Boss. Bright Heart residence is the property of the Ecliptic Palace Hall. What does it have to do with the surnamed Su? Li Ruochen said. The shopkeeper's expression was indifferent. Young master, if you still don't leave, I'll have to invite the Imperial Guards of the Ecliptic Palace here. Li Ruochen's heart was filled with doubts, and he was suppressing a pent-up anger in his chest. He looked fiercely at Su Yu, then at Ouya Huanyun and the others, and said, fine, I'll leave. But let's wait and see. He had been chased out of Bright Heart residence, and he had lost all face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What right did Su Yu have to control the property of the Ecliptic Palace? As he pondered, he sensed that there seemed to be a problem. Hence, he stayed near Bright Heart residence and inquired about it from the surrounding shops. Only then did he find out that a few days ago, it was merely an ordinary inn that was about to close down. It had only been bought by Su Yu and transformed into Bright Heart residence. Knowing this, Li Ruochen was both angry and furious. No wonder. However, as he thought about it, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He's really courting death. He actually dared to build a fake Bright Heart residence and deceive the other participants of the Ecliptic Palace meeting. He strolled away and arrived at the Ecliptic Palace office in his district. The city was too huge, and geographically, it was divided into 10 great districts. Every district had an office set up by the Ecliptic Palace, overseen by the experts of the Ecliptic Palace, who handled the various administrative matters in the city. Who are you? The guards of the office were all 5 crown emperors, and they shouted softly. Li Ruochen cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. I discovered an important matter, and I want to report it to the Ecliptic Palace. This matter concerns the reputation of the Ecliptic Palace, so I had no choice but to come. Since it concerned the reputation of the Ecliptic Palace, the 2 guards did not dare to be careless. They said, come with me to see Lord Zhong. Zhong Weining was the overall person in charge of this district, and while he was busy, the guard brought Li Ruochen inside. Lord, this person says he has an important matter to report to you. Zhong Weining raised his head to look at Li Ruochen, and nodded calmly. Speak. He did not even ask who Li Ruochen was. A genius like him might be prominent in a half-path civilization, but he was incomparably mediocre in the Ecliptic Palace. Li Ruochen suddenly felt boundless pressure. He had only felt such a feeling from an ancestor at the half-step Downlord realm. Lord Zhong, I discovered that someone forged the Mingshan residence to deceive the Ecliptic Palace's participants who were unaware of the situation. He had ulterior motives, and I hope that Lord Zhong will investigate and deal with this matter. Zhong Weining was startled, and he asked, "Where? Who did it?" Li Ruochen was delighted, as he knew that this matter had attracted the attention of the local person in charge. He said, "It's a person called Su Yu, and he's at West 3rd Street's area number 109. Hearing this, Zhong Weining nodded solemnly, and he looked at Li Ruochen meaningfully. You've done a meritorious deed by reporting this matter. What reward do you want?" Li Ruochen said, "I just want to do something for the Ecliptic Palace, and I have no intention of asking for a reward." Zhong Weining nodded. Then what's your name?" Li Ruochen. He was slightly expectant. Since the other party had asked for his name, there must be a follow-up plan. Li Ruochen, right? Fine, I'll remember this. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups of the Ecliptic Palace. Hearing this, Li Ruochen was overjoyed. Such a trifling matter was actually known by the higher-ups of the Ecliptic Palace. If his name fell into the ears of the higher-ups of the Ecliptic Palace, it would greatly affect their future development prospects. He really did not expect that reporting Su Yu would result in him receiving such a good reward. "Thank you, Lord Zhong." Li Ruochen cupped his fists. When he saw that the other party did not speak further, he tactfully retreated. "I'll take my leave." After he left, Zhong Weining immediately said to the guard, "Go and verify the situation." Chapter 2041. The Bright Heart residence was indeed a test. Moreover, the top 20 of different battle zones all had different types of tests. The test of this region was to stay in the non-existent Bright Heart residence. Whoever could find another way to solve the problem would pass the test. At the moment, Su Yu was the only one. As for Li Ruochen who reported him, Zhong Weining shook his head. This is the difference between an idiot and a smart person. A few days later, many of the geniuses at the meeting ended their 10-day wait anxiously. Until today, no results of the so-called test had been announced. Could it be that we are thinking too much? By Jianfei, Yiming Hua and the rest left Clearheart residence and headed towards the main hall. He turned his head to look at Mingshan residence behind him, feeling slightly puzzled. Yiming Hua's eyes shone with wisdom as he shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. The Ecliptic Palace's way of doing things has always been methodical and would definitely not be baseless. It should be that we have misunderstood something. Bai Jianfei thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. Since there are no adverse effects, it's not worth paying attention to." That's true. Yiming Hua didn't think any further and headed towards the main hall with them. Su Yu, Uye Huanyun, and the others also set off to the center of the city. This was the arena built by the Ecliptic Palace. It was specially set up for martial artists to compete with each other. It could accommodate thousands of matches at the same time. It was extremely spectacular. When Su Yu and the others arrived, the arena was packed with people. They were all people from the Ecliptic Palace who had come to watch the fight. The Ecliptic Assembly that happened once every 100 years was not something that could be seen at any time. This grand event could be said to be a clash between the younger generation of all the civilizations within the jurisdiction of the Ecliptic Temple. It was the highest standard martial arts grand event, so it naturally attracted countless spectators. At the same time, there were several meticulous martial arts experts sitting on the high platform. There were a total of 11 chairs, and 10 of them were occupied by the people in charge of the 10 areas of the city. Every single one of them was a half-step Dao Lord. The chair in the middle was empty. I heard that the heaven-crippling Dao Master will personally host this Ecliptic Dao meet. I wonder if it's true. It shouldn't be fake. The Ecliptic Dao meetings have always been hosted by the various Dao Lords in the Ecliptic Dao Hall. It's not strange that it's heaven-crippling Dao Lord's turn. The problem is, I heard that the Heaven-Shatter Dao Lord has already arrived at the critical moment of his death. Could it be that he still has the mood to preside over the Ecliptic meeting at this moment? Shouldn't you be thinking of ways to improve your cultivation? Even a Daolord's lifespan would come to an end. The heaven-crippling Dao Master was a veteran Dao Master. He had great influence in the ecliptic Dao Hall and was far more influential than the newer Dao Masters. However, 100 years ago, heaven-crippling Dao Master suddenly had a dream. A game of chess appeared in his dream. As a pawn, he was eaten by a horse. After waking up from the dream, he sighed and announced his dream. Immediately, everyone in the ecliptic Dao temple, from the temple master to the warriors, sank into silence. The Daoist master dreamt that he had become a chess piece on the chessboard and was eaten by his opponent's chess piece. This was the omen of one's death. Even a Dao Lord would never know where his lifespan would end. Only such a dream could confirm it. No one knew why a Dao Master would dream of becoming a chess piece before his lifespan ended. But since the ancient times until now, every single Dao Lord who had died of old age had died like this without any exception. At this moment, suddenly, a huge spatial vortex appeared on the middle chair. An old man shrouded in layers of spatial energy stepped out of the vortex and sat calmly on a chair. The people in charge of the area on both sides stood up and saluted him respectfully. Heaven-crippling Dao Master. The audience was even more excited. The heaven-crippling Dao Master has appeared. I can't believe he really showed up. Isn't he worried about his death? However, the heaven-crippling Dao Master's face was calm and emotionless. Suyu stared at the heaven-crippling Dao Master with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised not because he had mastered part of the law of space, but because he had seen this person before. He was the sole expert who guarded the transportation portal when he was transported to this city. Suyu had long felt that this person's soul attainments were quite terrifying. He thought that this person should not be an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, he was an existence at the level of a Dao Master. The heaven-crippling Dao Master seemed to have sensed Suyu's gaze. He looked at Suyu with a smile. At this moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention. Even the slightest movement could not escape the eyes of the people present. Oh my God, who did the heaven-crippling Dao Master smile at? Could it be that he knows someone among the participants this time? But the heaven-crippling Dao Master has no relatives or friends. He doesn't even have a disciple. Among the participants now, he should not know anyone from the younger generation, right? His inadvertent movement caused everyone to speculate. Uye Huanyun, Liu Ruxian, Shi Jun, and the others who had seen the heaven-crippling Dao Master before were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. A dignified Dao Master was actually guarding the transportation portal personally. They were even fortunate enough to be treated by the Dao Master. With surprise and doubt in their hearts, they walked into the arena together. There were a total of 200 people, and most of them were geniuses cultivated by the Ecliptic Palace. Even Bai Jianfei and the others felt great pressure at this moment. Those who competed on the same arena would include those demon-level peerless geniuses. They were not sure whether they would be able to enter the Middle Palace. The heaven-crippling Dao Master pressed his hand down. Everyone suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure that made them unable to open their mouths. The audience instantly fell silent. The ranking competition of the Ecliptic Palace meeting this time is divided into two stages. The first stage is the competition in the arena, and the second stage is the competition for opportunities. Hearing this, everyone present was surprised. The participants were also deeply surprised. In the past, the finals of the Ecliptic Palace meeting were just competition in the arena. At most, the format of the competition was different. The competition for opportunities this time was unheard of. On the other hand, Uye Huanyun and the others were also puzzled. It seemed like the information they obtained wasn't reliable. The competition will be divided into the east, south, west, and north areas. Every area will have a judge, and they will evaluate your overall strength. In the end, he will choose 10 people from among you to enter the second stage, the competition for opportunities. So, in the first stage, all of you must fight with all your strength. You must determine the winner within 10 moves so that the judge doesn't make a wrong judgment. In the past competitions, many participants would conceal their strength in order to deceive others, and they would only reveal it at the end. But it was impossible now. Because if they didn't reveal an obvious advantage within 10 moves, it was very likely that they would be wrongly judged as the loser by the judge. In that case, the loss outweighed the gain. So, the following competition would probably be extremely intense right from the start. East Judge, enter the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient sword tore through the sky, and a woman in white stood ramrod straight on it. Her expression was cold and solemn like an iceberg, and she kept everyone at a distance. Her appearance was exquisite, and her figure was graceful and beautiful. Coupled with her cold temperament, she seemed extremely cold and oppressive. Luotian of the East! Exclamations instantly sounded out. The prodigies of the ecliptic palace were scattered and nurtured in various places. Among them, 4 great areas had each nurtured monstrous prodigies. Among them, the most renowned prodigy in the East was Luotian, who was both beautiful and talented. Her swordsmanship that she inherited from the Tao Master was superb, and coupled with her cultivation as a late-stage 4-crown monarch, her overall strength was rather terrifying. Chapter 2042. She stepped on the ancient sword and landed gracefully. Then, she held the ancient sword in her slender hand and waved it at the 200 contestants present. A gentle sword energy separated the 50 people, including Su Yu, to one side. A pair of cold eyes did not look at them. She said, "You will be divided into the eastern region." Su Yu nodded slightly. Her swordsmanship was not bad. She was able to separate the people present without hurting anyone. It was obvious that her swordsmanship was superb. The rumors about her were not false. Haha, Luotian came first. Don't take all the good seedlings first. A loud voice came from the west. A cloud emitting a rich Buddha's light floated over slowly. On the cloud, a young monk in a kasaya was lying on his back. He held a greasy pig's trotter in one hand and a pot of wine in the other. He was eating meat and wine at the same time. He looked very different from the image of a monk. "He's here. It's the West Region Wine and Meat Buddha." The crowd burst into an uproar. The West Region's peerless genius, Wine and Meat Buddha, cultivated the Buddhist path and also received the legacy of a Buddhist pathmaster. He was unrestrained and unrestrained. He liked wine and meat the most. He was known as the Wine and Meat Buddha. His strength was a mystery. He had never competed in public, but he was named the West Region's #1 by the Ecliptic Palace. Wine and Meat Buddha looked at the remaining 150 people and sprinkled 50 drops of wine on the bodies of 50 people. "Haha, you are all fated to meet me. You can come to the West Region." What was annoying was that Wine and Meat Buddha seemed to have chosen randomly, but the people who were chosen were all women. Moreover, all the good-looking women were chosen. Liu Ruxian was one of them. Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It was just as the rumors said. Nothing was taboo. Seeing this, Luotian looked at him disdainfully. "You won't change." Wine and Meat Buddha laughed. "Luotian knows me well. You are indeed my confidant." Clang. A wisp of sharp sword energy brushed past Juru. Luotian calmly put away her sword. Her eyes were cold. "If you still want to eat wine and eat meat, shut your mouth immediately." Wine and Meat Buddha didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled mischievously. Suddenly, he looked to the south and muttered, "TSK TSK, the demon emperor of the southern region is here. I can smell his killing intent from far away." Hee. As expected, a large patch of bloody light suddenly descended from the southern sky. A young man whose hair was covered in blood walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were cold and filled with contempt for the common people. He glanced at Luotian and Buddha Juru. With a wave of his sleeves, a wave of blood split the remaining 100 people into 2. "The one on the left, follow me." The 50 people who were chosen revealed looks of excitement, because it was said that the Southern Goblin King's strength was already comparable to a 5-crown early-stage emperor. According to the rumors, he was stronger than Luotian of the Eastern region and Wine Meat Buddha of the Western region. If he could be chosen and enter the second stage, he would definitely have an advantage. However, the remaining 50 people were even happier. Because they would be following the last and most powerful heaven's favorite of the 4 regions, Yang Chen of the North. Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 50 people like a ghost. There was not the slightest breath on his body, and he appeared without warning, like a ghost. Su Yu glanced over and was surprised. The young man in front of him was actually a soul body. Yang Chen of the North. Legend has it that the most powerful heaven's favorite of the current generation of the Ecliptic Palace has reached the early stage of the Five-Crown Emperor. The heaven's favorites of the other three regions are on a completely different level compared to him. His appearance caused a stir in the audience. Including the three arrogant heaven's favorites, they all looked at Yang Chen of the North, their eyes filled with fighting spirit, seeing him as the strongest opponent. You guys follow me. Yang Chen looked back at the last 50 people, his face revealing a calm smile. Just like that, the division of the 4 major battle areas was completed. Luotian looked at Su Yu and the others indifferently and said, "Follow me." In fact, the heaven's favorites of the 4 regions were participants of this year's Ecliptic Assembly, just like them. However, not only did they not need to go through the difficult battles like them, but they could also become the judges that decided their fate. It had to be said that the gap between them was huge. Under his lead, Su Yu and the other 50 people came to a corner of the battle arena. With a sweep of Luotian's ancient sword, the sword energy outlined an aura on the spot, isolating them from the outside world. Those whose names are called, come in and fight. Luotian entered the sword energy field first. Su Yu frowned slightly. Sparring should be open and above board, so why did she choose to do it in a sealed environment? If she was unfair, who would supervise? By Jianfei, Li Donglai. The 2 whose names were called immediately entered the sword energy field. Not long after, the 2 came out with nervous expressions. Yi Minghua, Zhong Tsongyun. Similarly, after entering and coming out, they also looked uneasy. Li Ruochen, Jiang Xin. Finally, it was Su Yu's turn. Shijun, Su Yu. Hearing this, Shijun's expression was slightly unnatural. He cupped his fists toward Su Yu and sighed. Brother Su, thank you for your guidance along the way, but the Ecliptic Assembly concerns the rating of our Tianji civilization. I had no choice. His impression of Su Yu's strength was still at Uya Huanyun's evaluation, thinking that he was at most a peak early stage 4-crown emperor. I understand. Go all out, don't worry about me, Su Yu said. Shijun was ashamed. I'm sorry. The 2 entered the sword energy field, only to see Luotian standing there leisurely. She said, let's start sparring. It's best if we can decide the victor within 10 moves. My time is limited. Her tone was cold, as if she was looking down on them. Su Yu was unconcerned, making a gesture of invitation toward Shijun. Shijun said, Brother Su, I really don't want to fight you. Why don't you just admit defeat? Su Yu smiled. How would I know if I don't try? Seeing Su Yu so insistent, Shijun could only say, Brother Su, be careful. If you feel that you can't take it, admit defeat immediately to avoid harming you. After saying this, his body surged with desolation power, and the level 5 chain of rules appeared in his hands. He displayed his full strength because he was not only facing Su Yu, but also Luotian. Luotian would rank them based on his attacks. If he could not enter the top 10 in her mind, he would not be able to participate in the second stage of the Ecliptic Assembly. Take this. Shijun immediately attacked. With Su Yu's guidance, many of his flaws had been corrected. Luotian looked on from the side, nodding slightly. She commented, Your foundation is slightly flawed, but you are stronger than most people. Not bad. She looked at Su Yu again, only to see that he was calmly releasing the desolation power of an early stage 4-crown emperor and taking out a blood-red sword. Oh! Is this also sword technique? As a fellow sword cultivator, Luotian observed curiously. Chapter 2043. Demon Sword Technique, Bury the Heavens. Su Yu waved his sword casually. As soon as the sword appeared, Luotian's eyes lit up and she nodded. Not bad. Whoosh. The powerful sword technique swept out, its power comparable to that of a peak middle stage 4-crown martial artist. Shijun was caught off guard, and his expression changed. How did your sword technique? Before he could finish his sentence, Luotian said calmly, the winner has been decided. Su Yu is better. Shijun withdrew his chain, his face full of shock and disbelief. How could this be? The power of that sword was far beyond Uya Huanyun's at his peak. But wasn't Su Yu just a peak early stage 4-crown martial artist? He couldn't figure it out, and he smiled bitterly. Brother Su, it turns out that you have hidden your strength well. I was too rash to say such arrogant words. Recalling how he had asked Su Yu to admit defeat, he couldn't help but feel his face burn. Su Yu smiled lightly and said, "Don't be discouraged. The final ranking is not yet here." After saying that, he looked at Luotian and cupped his fists. "Now that the sparring is over, we will take our leave." "Wait." Luotian looked at Su Yu thoughtfully. "Let me ask you a question. If you enter the second stage, will you obey me?" Su Yu pondered for a moment. No wonder everyone who left the sword energy field was so preoccupied. There was something fishy about it. After a moment of silence, Su Yu asked, "What kind of obedience? Can you give me an example?" Luotian's eyes darkened. "For example, you will have to hand over 1/10 of the creation tokens you obtain in the second stage to me." Hearing this, Su Yu thought to himself. The creation tokens must be very important in the second stage. He thought for a moment and said, "If I don't agree, will I not be able to enter the second stage?" Luotian leaned back and her eyes turned cold. She said indifferently, "I won't. I have always been fair." After saying that, she waved her hand, signaling for Su Yu and the others to leave. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he left silently. Watching him leave, Luotian's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. "You don't know what's good for you." The sparring in the 4 regions continued. After 2 hours, the sparring was almost over. The heaven rulers of the 4 regions gathered in the center of the arena. The crippled Heaven Dao Master said, "All of you, report your choices." The first to choose was Yang Chen of the northern region. The people he chose were all top-notch experts who were ranked at the top of the ecliptic list. Among them was the genius ranked 5th on the ecliptic rankings, Ecliptic Daozong, whose strength was second only to them. Next was the Demon King of the South, who was also the best. Western region's Buddha of wine and meat didn't need to be mentioned. He only chose outstanding women. Unfortunately, Liu Ruxian wasn't chosen. His strength was at the bottom of the 50 people, and he was still far from being in the top 10. The heaven ruler Luotian. She stepped forward and said, "The list of people I have chosen is as follows." "You," she said. "Ruler." He was king. He was ranked 6th on. Second, Zhao Tianyun. Third, Huang Ji. Huang. 9th, Li Ruotian. 10th place, Uye Huanyun. Hearing this, Su Yu remained calm and collected. However, Shi Jun was astonished on the spot. He had seen Su Yu's power with his own eyes, and he knew that Su Yu's power was far above Uye Huanyun's. Those 2 people were able to join her, but Su Yu wasn't chosen. The result was unfair. According to the rules of the meet, the 10 strongest people should be selected. However, Luotian didn't choose according to the rules. The Heaven Destroyer sect master nodded. "The first stage of the sparring is over. The rest of you can take a break." He meant that the Heaven Destroyer meet would end here. Shi Jun gritted his teeth. It was unfair. He didn't make it to the top 10. But Su Yu, recalling Su Yu's kindness in giving him pointers, Shi Jun mustered his courage and said, "Pathmaster, I believe that the Eastern region's selection is unfair. I hope that you can look into it." As soon as he said that, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The Heaven Destroyer sect master looked at him and asked, "What's unfair about it?" Being stared at by the Pathmaster, Shi Jun felt immense pressure. He said, "It is not unfair to me, but it is unfair to Su Yu. With his strength, it's impossible for him to be in the top 10. Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on the young man beside him who hadn't said a word. Not in the top 10 meant that his strength was higher than Uye Huanyun's. The Heaven Destroyer sect master looked at Luotian and said, "Are you ranked according to your strength?" Luotian replied calmly, "Yes." "Then, Su Yu's elimination is unfair. Don't you think so?" Luotian looked calm. She seemed prepared. "I don't think it's unfair. His strength is passable, but there's still a gap between him and the top 10. Shi Jun shook his head and said, "Su Yu only used 1 sword strike. However, even I could tell that the power of that sword strike was at the level of a 4-crown middle stage martial emperor. How could the dignified Luotian of the East not be able to tell?" Luotian didn't look at him. She said calmly, I have my own evaluation of his strength. It's not up to irrelevant people to spread rumors. Shijun was furious. You're accusing me of spreading rumors? I'm afraid Su Yu didn't agree to give you 1/10 of the creation medallion, so he was eliminated. Luotian glanced at him, her eyes cold. If you don't have any evidence, I can kill you right now just because of this slander. Shijun wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't have any evidence, and he didn't want to leave any. He never thought that Luotian of the East could be so despicable. He hated that he was from a foreign civilization and was unfamiliar with the Yellow Palace. There was no one who could uphold justice for them. It was probably because of this that Luotian dared to humiliate others so unscrupulously. Luotian looked at the Heaven Destroyer sect master and said respectfully, "My lord, I didn't abuse my power for personal gain. Please understand." The Heaven Destroyer sect master looked at Shijun and asked, "You don't have any evidence?" Shijun shook his head. After a moment of silence, the Heaven Destroyer sect master looked at Su Yu and was about to announce something. Suddenly, Zhong Weining, one of the people in charge of the 10 cities, stood up and came to the sect master. He whispered something to him. The Heaven Destroyer sect master looked at Su Yu again. After a while, he asked Su Yu, "Do you think you can enter the top 10 with your strength?" This question left Luotian inwardly shocked. Why would the sect master ask Su Yu? It didn't make sense. What did Zhong Weining say to the Heaven Destroyer sect master? Why did the sect master act like this? The gazes of everyone present turned to look at Su Yu. His expression was calm as he said, "Yes." Chapter 2044. Luotian raised her brows slightly. She could feel that the Tiancan Pathmaster was intentionally helping Su Yu. If he really displayed the ability to enter the top 10, then she would be able to confirm Shijun's report. However, since the Heavenly Crippling Tao Master had personally spoken, she did not dare to refute and could only ponder in silence. Things were slightly out of his expectations, but everything was under control. If you want to prove that you have the ability to enter the top 10 in the Eastern region, you must at least defeat the person ranked 10th, said the crippled Heaven Tao Master slowly. Everyone nodded. Actually, it was not enough to just defeat the 10th place. This was because if he narrowly defeated the 10th ranker, it could only be said that there was not much of a difference in strength between the two. It was normal for Luotian to make an error in judgment. Of course, you can choose to challenge someone with a higher ranking, added the Heaven Crippling Tao Master. Su Yu raised his eyes and looked at the 10 people who had been recognized by Luotian. His gaze swept past Ouya Huanyun, who was ranked 10th. At this moment, Ouya Huanyun was looking at him with a puzzled expression. The scene before him was completely out of his expectations. Shijun was actually speaking up for Su Yu. With Su Yu's true abilities, he could not even be compared to Shijun. What was so unfair about it? He said, "Brother Su, if you want to challenge me, I can accompany you. It just so happens that I wasn't able to spar with you at that time, so it's good to spar with you at the Ecliptic Association today." Su Yu smiled and shook his head. His gaze went past him and landed on Li Ruochen, who was in the 9th place. At this moment, Li Ruochen was sizing him up with a puzzled expression. It was strange. He had reported Su Yu for building the Mingxian residence with malicious intentions. However, not only was Su Yu safe and sound, but he was also protected by the Tiancan sect master. However, when he noticed that Su Yu was staring at him, he could not help but reveal a sinister look. "I advise you to be down to earth. The outcome of biting off more than you can chew is never good. Since you do not have the fate of being in the top 10, you should have just obediently allowed yourself to be eliminated. Why did you have to jump out? I'll choose you," Su Yu said calmly. Hearing this, Li Ruochen laughed in anger. He really dared to challenge him. Soon after, a trace of coldness flashed across his face. "That's fine. I've always wanted to give you some pointers. Alas, you always like to hide behind others." Taking a step forward, Li Ruochen placed his hands behind his back and said, "I'll give you 3 moves. If you touch my sleeve, consider it my loss." His tone was very arrogant, but in the ears of the onlookers, it was only natural. Someone ranked within 80 on the ecliptic list does indeed have the qualifications to say such words. That person called Su Yu has chosen someone he shouldn't have chosen. However, if he could even defeat Li Ruochen, it would mean that Su Yu has absolute abilities. The heaven-crippling Dao master said indifferently, "Prepare for battle." Su Yu nodded and walked to the center of the arena. The Azura sword appeared in his hand. As Uya Huanyun stared at Su Yu's sword, he found it quite familiar. He then exclaimed in surprise, "That's strange. Didn't Brother Su cultivate his physique? Could it be that he also knew how to use a sword? I've never heard him mention it before." He thought to himself, sword techniques should be Su Yu's secondary cultivation, right? His chances of winning this battle are very slim, even if Li Ruochen gives him 3 moves. The two of them stood in the middle of the arena. Li Ruochen placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Make your move. Remember, I'll only allow you 3 moves." Su Yu did not say a word. His gaze gradually became sharp, and he suddenly waved the Azura sword in his hand. "Bury the heavens." With a swing of the sword, it was as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. An endless amount of terrifying sword chi rushed over. Everyone in the audience was shocked. What exquisite swordsmanship! Even a peak mid-stage 4-crown emperor would be killed by one sword. Strange. The might of this sword, even Yi Minghua, who is ranked 5th in the eastern region, is inferior to it. Luotian actually eliminated him. What's so strange about that? Didn't you hear what Shijun said? She failed to get the token of creation, so she eliminated Su Yu out of malice. Is there such a thing? I never thought that Goddess Luo would be such a despicable person despite her cold and elegant appearance. Hehe, you can't judge a book by its cover. There had been some rumors about her since a long time ago, but due to her fame and beauty, no one had dared to speak of her. No one wants to believe it. Below the stage, everyone was discussing with a calm expression. However, Li Ruochen's proud face was instantly replaced by fear and astonishment. The power of this sword was not something that someone at his level could contend with. In a panic, he put down his hands that were behind his back and condensed a shield with the power of desolation. At the same time, he hurriedly used the chain of rules to resist it. Crack! The chain of rules was bombarded by the swift and fierce sword energy, and the power of desolation on the surface of his body was instantly destroyed. Poof! The sword energy entered his body, and his body was directly torn apart. Only his soul escaped. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to stop it. Or, those who had the ability to stop it just stood by and watched. For example, the Tiancan Pathmaster and the other 10 people on the high platform. Zhong Weining, in particular, looked at Li Ruochen's shattered body calmly, but he had no intention of stopping it. His eyes were full of contempt. He and the Tiancan Pathmaster did not help him as a punishment for reporting Su Yu. Li Ruochen had suffered the consequences of his own actions. If he had not insidiously reported Su Yu and left a bad impression on Zhong Weining and the Tiancan Pathmaster, they would definitely have helped him. As his body was shattered, Li Ruochen's soul roared in grief and anger, "Su Yu, you, how dare you destroy my body?" Although he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, his cultivation would be greatly reduced. Not to mention that he would not be able to continue participating in the ecliptic assembly. It was uncertain whether he could cultivate back to his current cultivation in the future. His identity as the heir of the civilization might even be taken away. His entire life would be ruined. Su Yu was slightly startled. He did not expect that no one would help him. In such an occasion, it should have been the people of the Ecliptic Palace who helped him. However, Su Yu did not have any psychological burden. If Li Ruochen had not been so conceited and had been a little more serious, he would not have been so defenseless that his body would have been destroyed. Looking at his soul, Su Yu pointed the Azura sword at him from afar. "This is only one move. You said you would let me have 3 moves. There are still 2 moves left." Hearing this, Li Ruochen was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly fled and screamed, "Save me!" As he screamed, he fled the arena in a panic. Liu Ruxian looked at him and shook her head. What a disgrace. She was very glad that she had not accepted this person's pursuit. Otherwise, she would have been disgraced as well. Wow, I wonder how Luotian is going to deal with this. Haha, you are thinking too much. Luotian is one of the top heaven rulers of the 4 regions. Will he be punished for such a trivial matter? The Tiancan Path Master looked at Luotian at this moment. Do you have anything to say? Luotian's face was indifferent as she said, it was my negligence. I beg for forgiveness. About apologizing, let's talk about it after the ecliptic assembly. As expected, even the Tiancan Pathmaster decided to turn a big problem into a small one and help him cover it up. Now, you are short of one person. Choose another one. His intention was obvious. He wanted Suyu to join him. Luotian looked at Suyu and said calmly, your strength is not bad. Follow me. Chapter 2045. If one looked closely, they would see a faint trace of coldness in her eyes. If Suyu joined her, it would be easy for her to embarrass him in the fight for the good fortune. However, Suyu said calmly, Supremacy, can I choose another option? Luotian was stunned and her face stiffened. Was he trying to embarrass her in public? The people from her own region didn't want to join her. Was it because he knew she wouldn't have a good time? The Tiancan sect master asked, why? Suyu said, because I don't think Luotian is strong enough to lead me. What? Everyone was shocked once again, as they had never expected Suyu to utter such arrogant word. Did I misunderstand him? Does he look down on Luotian's strength? I guess, that's what he meant. The 10 people in charge of the regions on the high platform were surprised. Suyu's tone was a little too arrogant. How dare he question the strength of Luotian of the East region? Luotian said calmly, you are a frog at the bottom of a well. With Suyu's strength, how could he know the meaning of Luotian of the East region? The Tiancan sect master looked at Suyu and said, do you want to join the other 3 regions? No. Suyu shook his head. I want to act alone. Anyone who joined him would be restricted, so it was more convenient to go alone. The Tiancan sect master was a little surprised and said, maybe you don't understand. The second stage is to enter the creation realm, which is full of dangers. You must be led by someone who is much stronger than ordinary people. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Suyu didn't like to be high profile, but he wouldn't flinch when he had to fight for it. I don't think I'm weaker than them, so I can protect myself. The Tiancan sect master was a little curious and said with a smile, interesting. So, who among the 4 regions doesn't want to accept this? The people of the 4 regions didn't say a word and looked indifferent. They didn't want to accept Suyu's strength, but they didn't want to test Suyu's strength. Who were they? Usually, there weren't many people in the same generation as them who deserved to fight. Now that they were asked to test a person of the same generation, they felt it was beneath their dignity. Seeing that no one agreed, the Tiancan sect master looked at Luotian and said, since he is from your region, you can test his strength. Luotian frowned, she was extremely unwilling. However, he had no choice but to obey the Daelord's orders. With a trace of disgust, she stepped forward. Make your move. She silently took out her ancient sword. This was a sword that came from the Ecliptic Palace. It was an imitation of the Mulberry Sword, one of the 9 great ancient swords of the Ecliptic Palace. Its might was extraordinary. Coupled with Luotian's own swordsmanship and cultivation, she could completely rival an early stage 5 crown emperor. Suyu held the Azura sword in his hand and took a deep breath. His whole body gradually released a sharp aura. The Shura sect sword in his hand seemed to slice through the air in an ordinary manner. Ordinary people would only see Suyu waving the clumsy Shura sword like a newbie in the sword path. But the crippled Daolord couldn't help but be moved when he saw this sword strike, and he muttered softly, what profound attainments in the sword technique. This sword technique is so profound that it isn't inferior to the inheritance of the sword Daolord. Luotian also sensed the extraordinary nature of this sword strike. She was a sword cultivator and understood the sword path better. Staring at the trajectory of the Azura sword, the contempt in her eyes disappeared, and she said lightly, I didn't expect you to still have some hidden skills. However, compared to me, you are still far behind. The peak cultivation of a 4-crown emperor erupted with a loud bang, and he said, Jolie sword technique. The sword in his hand divided into 9 sword shadows, each of which seemed to be full of thousands of worlds, filled with extremely mysterious concepts. The 9-sword shadows swept over, making people feel as if they were under the bombardment of 9 worlds. The people watching the battle from afar felt so overwhelmed that they couldn't breathe. At this time, the trajectory of Su Yu's sword strike had completely taken shape. A trajectory visible to the naked eye appeared casually, like the first crack that was opened in the chaotic world when the world was created. Crack. The 9-sword shadows that swept through the world vibrated under the trajectory, and signs of collapse appeared. However, it did not collapse. The 9-sword shadows crushed over tyrannically, annihilating the trajectory. Seeing this scene, the spectators gasped. Who the hell is that young man? He's actually able to contend with Luotian in terms of sword techniques. Wine and Meat Buddha, the Monster King, and the Smoke Dust all narrowed their eyes. When Su Yu said that Luotian wasn't qualified to lead him, they didn't agree with him and felt that Su Yu was being too arrogant. However, when they saw the sword, they realized that Su Yu was not being arrogant. Indeed, Luotian wasn't capable of leading such a terrifying swordsmanship. It's a pity. The difference in cultivation is too big. He's destined to be inferior to Luotian. Yang Chen shook his head and sighed. The Demon King and Wine and Meat Buddha nodded slightly. Su Yu's swordsmanship wasn't any weaker than Luotian's. However, due to the huge difference in their cultivation, the might of their swordsmanship had resulted in one side suppressing the other. A trace of shock flashed through Luotian's eyes before she replied, "You're nothing much. I'm more than enough to lead you." Su Yu didn't speak, but a boundless evil energy suddenly surged out of his body, and his whole body turned into a 30-meter-tall half-human half-dragon form. Gripping the Azura sect sword, he slashed out. It was the same dangerous trajectory as before, but this time, it was much more powerful. Bang! The 9-sword shadows, which were already showing signs of collapse, completely collapsed. Luotian's face changed dramatically, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep disbelief. After the other party used some kind of divine technique, his strength had increased greatly and he was able to forcefully counter her move. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Insignificant skill." After saying that, she fought with her sword. The two of them fought back and forth on the battlefield, and a shocking swordsmanship was intertwined in the air. The onlookers were already extremely shocked. Hiss. Luotian couldn't suppress him with all her strength. What's his name? Su Yu. Is there a human civilization with the surname Su in the Half-Path civilization? There is no human civilization with this surname in the top 1,000 5-star civilizations. Who the hell is he? On the battlefield. Luotian became more and more frightened as she fought. She thought that Su Yu's transformation was a short-lived burst, but after a stick of incense, there was no sign of decline. On the contrary, the other party's swordsmanship was getting sharper and sharper, and the mysterious trajectory made her feel a little numb. After fighting for a long time, Luotian felt even more humiliated. The dignified number 1 heaven ruler of the East region was actually tied by a nobody. Gritting her teeth, she was ready to sacrifice the rules and use all her strength. "That's enough, let's stop," the Tiancan Path Master said calmly at this moment, and an invisible force forced the two of them apart. Luotian was extremely unwilling. She took a deep breath, and her full chest rose and fell with each breath. A pair of crystal eyes stared at Su Yu without blinking. There was unwillingness, shock, and a trace of awe in them. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He retracted the Nirvana evil dragon form and transformed into the human form. Chapter 2046. Hearing the Tiancan Pathmaster's laughter, everyone felt envious. The trip he spoke of wasn't made in vain naturally meant that he didn't come to the ecliptic meeting for nothing. How could he not be gratified to find a demon who was comparable to the 4 regions' heaven rulers? Uye Huanyun's mind was blank, and he fell into a deep daze. Su Yu, who accompanied them to the ecliptic assembly, had always thought that Su Yu, who only had half of his strength, could be comparable to the 4 great demons of the ecliptic palace. He had the illusion that he was in a dream and that he was not in the real world. Even Shi Jun, who had witnessed Su Yu's superb swordsmanship, widened his eyes in shock. He knew that Su Yu had the combat power to enter the top 10 of the eastern region, but he never imagined that his true strength was comparable to Luotian herself. The battle between Su Yu and Luotian had shocked everyone. For countless years, the top heaven rulers within the jurisdiction of the Ecliptic Palace had all come from the Ecliptic Palace. Su Yu was the only exception. The Tiancan Path Master smiled and nodded. "All right. I will make an exception for you. You can enter the realm of creation alone." The second stage was to be carried out in the realm of creation. "Follow me," the Tiancan Pathmaster said. Suddenly, everyone in the arena was teleported away on the spot. Su Yu nodded slightly in his heart. His attainments in space were not bad. Unfortunately, he did not cultivate the law and only stayed at the level of techniques. Su Yu was able to perform the same teleportation technique more easily and freely. On the other hand, the rest of the people were shocked. Although the Tiancan Pathmaster did not achieve the law of space, his attainments in space are probably comparable to those who have achieved the upper realm of the law of space, right? That is not necessarily the case. The law of space is a supreme law above the level 9 laws. It is very difficult to compete with it. The audience's discussion lingered in their ears. Su Yu and the others had appeared in a group of ancient palaces. Celestial clouds floated gracefully, white cranes flew together, and the vicissitudes of time overwhelmed them. The grand and solemn halls gave people a boundless sense of oppression. One of the halls was located in the center of many halls, with the words Ecliptic written on it. There were tens of thousands of halls, all centered around this hall, like stars surrounding the moon. That must be the Ecliptic Hall. However, they did not approach the Ecliptic Hall. Instead, they landed in front of a deserted ancient hall. The hall was overgrown with weed. No, it was not a wild grass. It was a rare divine grass that could be sold for tens of thousands of Dao coins in the outside world. However, it was only weeds and no one took care of it. Looking at the hall, it looked dilapidated and dilapidated. The stairs in front of the hall were damaged and incomplete. The two stone lions were also densely covered in the mottled traces of time. Raising his head, he saw a horizontal board hanging on the wall. On the board, the word creation was written in a forceful manner. The words contained an extremely mysterious meaning. Su Yu only took a glance at them, and he was instantly immersed in them. He was unable to extricate himself, and his mind uncontrollably searched for the mysteries within the words. Su's master, Su, and, he said. Su's master. His Su's Su. That should have been written by the Tao Master himself, right? It contains the Path Master's comprehension of the path. If a mortal were to take a look at it, he would surely be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate himself, Su Yu said to himself. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the people around him. Indeed, those who stuck their heads out to look at the signboard were entranced by it, unable to control themselves. What a powerful path! Su Yu had experienced the Pathmaster's Su many times in the Taishu Shen Palace, but it had never been like this. Wake up! Suddenly, the Tiancan Pathmaster's voice floated into everyone's ears. The people who were lost in it woke up and immediately lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at the Creation Master. This is the Creation Master's palace. He has been dead for billions of years, but the path meaning in the words he left behind has not been erased. Bai Jianfei said in surprise. Was this palace the residence of a Pathmaster? Then, were the tens of thousands of palaces he saw just now? Su Yu could not help but gasp. Tens of thousands of Pathmasters? Wasn't the Ecliptic Hall's heritage too terrifying? Unfortunately, the Pathmasters also have a lifespan. They have all fallen in the dust of time, leaving only empty palaces behind. Bai Jianfei sighed, his heart filled with regret. Yi Minghua said, "Isn't that so?" The Ecliptic Palace had witnessed the gradual rise of one Dao Lord after another, and also witnessed the fall of one Dao Lord after another. Rather than saying that the 10,000 palaces in front of them were it's more like an ancient tomb. Hearing this, Su Yu came to a realization. It turned out that all the palaces had been accumulated over the generations, and most of them were as deserted as the Great Hall of Fortune. There shouldn't be many Dao Lords who are still alive. The crippled Heaven Dao Master looked at the board and sighed. Long time no see, old friend. With a wave of his sleeve, The doors to the Hall of Fortune opened. Inside the courtyard, a white-haired old man was playing chess by himself. His expression was serene, and his entire body exuded an indescribable hazy feeling. At first glance, it looked like a real person, but upon closer inspection, it didn't. Suyu was the only one who could see that it wasn't a living creature with a soul. It was just a projection left behind in the mortal world. Even after 10 billion years, it still hadn't been destroyed, repeating the same game of chess. Follow me inside. Remember not to touch anything in the hall at will. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Everyone nodded. After all, it was left behind by the Pathmaster. Even if he had fallen for 10 billion years, the things he left behind still contained his understanding. If they accidentally touched something dangerous, it would be the place where they would die. Carving. Suyu passed by the projection of the creation Pathmaster and glanced at him. Then, he glanced at the chessboard he was playing. He stopped to look at it and memorized the chessboard. Under the guidance of the crippled Heaven Dao Master, they entered the inner courtyard. As soon as they stepped inside, the land disappeared and was replaced by a boundless sea. This was definitely not a space that contained a universe, but a sea that had been created from scratch. This is the sea of good fortune that the creation Dao Lord created before he passed away in meditation. There are a total of 204 islands in the sea, and each island has a different number of good fortune medallions. Who will take them? The one who obtains more creation tokens will be able to obtain a higher ranking in the ecliptic meeting. Compared with the previous single duels, competing for the creation tokens was undoubtedly more fair. Not only did they have to obtain the creation tokens, but they also had to keep them. It was a test of everyone's comprehensive strength. Suyu's goal was to compete for the top 10 in order to get the body fruit. Therefore, he had to go all out. I need to remind you that the creation sea is not something you can touch. The crippled Heaven Dao Master captured a drop of water in the air and took out a top true Emperor divine weapon with his right hand. When the drop of water fell on the divine weapon, a strange scene occurred. The top divine weapon was broken down into pieces of materials. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The true Emperor divine weapon was turned into raw materials. If a human touched it, wouldn't it be turned into the most primitive blood and flesh? Everything is divided into pros and cons. If you accidentally touch the creation sea, your fate will change in two ways. One is that you will get a beneficial creation and gain something in some aspect. The other is that the divine weapon in front of you will be destroyed by the creation. Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, "May I ask Supreme Master, what is the probability of the pros and cons?" The crippled Heaven Dao Master said, 10% profit, 90% loss. The faces of everyone present changed suddenly, and the last bit of hope in their hearts instantly disappeared. Wasn't this a narrow escape from death? Many of them still had the thought of trying. What if they got a beneficial creation? However, after hearing this, they no longer had the slightest bit of hope. Suyu looked at the boundless creation sea. Since he couldn't touch the sea, could he only teleport? However, he could feel that there was a kind of Taoist will in the sky above the creation sea that prevented teleportation. "I can't teleport here, can I?" Suyu asked. The crippled Heaven Dao Master's eyes flashed. Among the people present, only Suyu sensed that he couldn't teleport. This guy was a bit strange. "You can't teleport," the crippled Heaven Dao Master said. "What?" The faces of more than 40 people present changed drastically. If they couldn't teleport, how could they cross the creation sea and go to the island? Could they use ships? However, the water of the creation sea could even break down a true Emperor divine weapon. What other material could withstand the water of the creation sea? Only a Taoist artifact fairy embryo or a Taoist artifact could withstand it, right? However, the creation Dao Master once left 4 creation ships that can sail freely on the creation sea. They are located on 4 islands. Now, I will send you to those islands. The fight for the creation tokens will be up to you. When he finished speaking, the crippled Heaven Dao Master pulled the air with both hands. Suddenly, all the people present were dragged up. Then, he stepped on the creation sea and galloped away. The 40 people were sent to different islands. Beside each island, there was a decaying old ship. It seemed as if it would break apart as soon as it sailed out. Suyu was assigned to the same island as Luotian of the East. After the crippled Heaven Dao master left, Luotian looked at Suyu with an unfriendly expression and said, "Chen Zeruan, you lead the rest of the people to search for the creation tokens on the island." She stayed behind to guard the ship. This was her only tool to go to the other islands. If Suyu took the ship while she was away, her ecliptic meeting would come to an end. Suyu hesitated for a moment and pondered. He didn't necessarily need the creation ship. He had a cauldron-shaped Taoist artifact fairy embryo in his hand, so he shouldn't be afraid of the water of the creation sea. With that thought in mind, he left the shore and went to the depths of the island. The area of the island wasn't large. With a casual glance, he found a decaying relic. Teleportation couldn't be done here, so he could only use his physique. Fortunately, Suyu's physique wasn't much weaker than Chen Run's, who was ranked 6th on the ecliptic list. They hurried to the vicinity of the relic. There were faint traces of the activities of living creatures there. There were cities, roads, houses, tombs, and so on, but they were all covered with a thick layer of dust. Chapter 2047. The group broke into the city and searched everywhere. They could be seen searching the houses, restaurants, blacksmiths, and other places. The creation tokens were scattered, and they could be found in any unexpected place. Suyu spent a lot of effort before finally finding one in a river. It was dark gray and mixed with the stones. If one did not look carefully, it would be impossible to discover its existence. As soon as he picked it up, it turned into a dark gray starlight and flickered above Suyu's head. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. Are they encouraging competition? Suyu pondered. At that moment, Suyu suddenly heard a loud commotion, including Uya Huanyun's voice. They flew out of the city in panic and fled towards the shore. Suyu looked up and saw that Uya Huanyun's whole body was covered in blood, and he looked terrified. Only 9 of the 10 people who had come with him were left. One of them was nowhere to be seen. As they fled, they found Suyu and immediately shouted, "Run! This island is the nest of the evil creatures." Evil creatures? Suyu was slightly stunned. He used his transparent eye and his heart trembled. He found a group of creatures covered in purple scales and shaped like ape men chasing after Uya Huanyun and the others, their mouths full of blood. In front of a dark dungeon in the city, there was a corpse that had been gnawed to the point where only bones were left. Chen Run's, who was leading the group, was pale. Seeing that the evil creatures were about to catch up, he turned around and threw out an early-stage 5-crown king-level talisman. Rumble. The talisman fell, creating a terrifying shock wave that instantly blew away the evil creatures. However, their scales were not even damaged. They were only howling in pain. Suyu's scalp went numb. What was that? He did not care about looking for the remaining creation tokens and immediately fled to the shore. At the moment of danger, he did not hesitate to use the nirvana of the evil dragon, turning into a half-dragon, half-human being. As a result, his speed skyrocketed, and he reached the shore before Chen Run's and the others. However, when he neared the ship, Suyu's expression changed. There were several purple-scaled evil creatures near the ship, and they were trying to attack the ship. It was all thanks to Luotian, who was sweating profusely and blocking them. Her strength was comparable to a 5-crown initial stage emperor, but there were 4 evil beings in front of her, and it was extremely strenuous for her to deal with them alone. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't care less about his feud with Luotian anymore. He took out the Azura sword and slashed it in the air. Crack! The group of evil beings were caught off guard and were sent flying by the sword chi. They howled even more fiercely than before. Suyu leaped onto the ship in a flash and blocked the attacks of the evil beings alongside Luotian. With his participation, Luotian heaved a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and took out several pellets to replenish her energy. While fighting against the evil beings, he asked, "Where are they?" "It's still behind us. There are purple evil creatures like this in the city as well." Suyu's expression became slightly grave. Traces of anxiety appeared on Luotian's calm face. She had persisted until now because she was waiting for her people to return. Who would have thought that Su Yu, their enemy, would come back before they did? More or less. Not long after you guys left, evil beings appeared, said Goddess Luo. The two of them cooperated with each other and worked together to repel the evil beings. They had a tacit understanding and temporarily forgot about the conflict from before. After half a cup of tea's time, Chen Ziruan led by Jianfei and the others to the shore, hundreds of evil beings in hot pursuit. Su Yu and Luoshan felt their scalps go numb as they stared at the evil beings that were surging towards them like a purple tide. With so many evil beings rushing towards them, there was no way they could defend themselves. The purple evil beings that were attacking the ship noticed Chen Run's and the others rushing towards them. They immediately revealed greedy and excited expressions and turned to run towards them. Only one of them was still persisting in attacking the ship. Not only had Chen Run's and the others exhausted their energy, but they had also used up all the powerful talismans they had while blocking the evil beings along the way. Now that they had fallen into a situation where there were wolves in front and tigers behind, all of them turned pale. Not good. With their strength, they couldn't even stop one evil being, let alone several of them charging at them head-on. Luoshan's eyes were filled with struggle, and she didn't dare to make a decision. If she went forward, whether she could save them or not was secondary. The key was what would happen if she left and Su Yu drove the ship away alone. Just as she was worrying about this problem, a gust of wind flashed beside her. It was Su Yu who had rushed out and said, "Guard the ship, I'll lend them a hand." He didn't care about the others, but he knew Uya Huanyun after all, so he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Luoshan was stunned for a moment, then a faint light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Su Yu rushed out in an instant, forcefully slashing away a few evil beings with his powerful sword techniques. Uya Huanyun and the others were immediately rescued, and they sped up and rushed over. However, the evil beings that had been slashed away quickly got up again and charged towards them. Su Yu's face turned grave as he stood behind them. "You guys board the ship first, I'll cover you." Uya Huanyun said, "Brother Su, be careful." They boarded the ship one after another, while Su Yu fought and retreated at the same time. However, right at that moment, there was a loud crash. Su Yu looked back and saw that the warship had sailed away from the shore, already 20 feet away from them. The person driving the ship was Luoshan. "What are you doing? Su Yu hasn't boarded the ship yet." Uya Huanyun shouted in shock. Chen Run said hurriedly, "Stop, he hasn't boarded the ship yet." The others were also shocked, and they looked at Luoshan in confusion. It was all because of Su Yu that they were lucky enough to escape, but now they had abandoned him on the island. Su Yu was already on the ship, so there was no need for him to take the risk to save them. In the end, he didn't have a good ending when he tried to save her. Not only did deity Luo not stop, but he also increased the infusion of desolation energy, speeding up the ship and leaving the shore. With a calm expression, he said, "The evil beings are about to rush over. For your safety, I can only tolerate this for the time being. I am Su Yu." Temporary grievance. That was putting Su Yu in a situation of death. The entire island was filled with evil beings, and he was forced to the coast. In front of him were evil beings, and behind him was the terrifying sea of creation. There was nowhere to run. "Hero Luo, you are too despicable. Su Yu got off the ship because of us. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you and kill him?" Luoshan's actions caused public indignation. Even Chen Run's, who was also from the Ecliptic Hall, couldn't bear to watch any longer, and he said sternly, "Hero Luo, it's still not too late to drive back now. If you continue to make this mistake, then no one will be willing to associate with you." Luoshan's face was indifferent as she spoke, "Since all of you have chosen to follow me, then from now on, you will listen to my decisions. If anyone dares to question my decision, then please disembark." Hearing this, everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. They still had to rely on Hero Luo's powerful strength to protect them and obtain the creation tokens. Many people looked at Hero Luo with a profound change in their eyes. In the past, they had been attracted by her fame and beauty, but now it seemed that one could not know her true nature. She looked glamorous on the outside, but deep down, she was an extremely despicable person. To associate with such a person, one must always be prepared to be sacrificed. Everyone had their own thoughts. Luotian could also sense that the crew was already on guard against her. But so what? In a dangerous place like the Sea of Creation, even if they were displeased, they had to keep their mouths shut and obey orders obediently. She had no regrets. Instead, she was glad that she had made a wise decision. Su Yu had put her on the spot in front of everyone, causing her to lose all her dignity. Sending herself to the mouth of the evil beings was the best ending for her. I hope that all of you will forget what happened today. If you dare to say another word, hehe. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone could hear the deep threat in her words. The ship sailed further and further away. Ouya Huanyun's face sank as he looked at the lonely figure fighting against the evil beings alone. Finally, in his blurry vision, the already tiny figure was engulfed by the purple waves. The bottom was covered. Su Yu. Ouya Huanyun knelt down at the stern of the ship and kowtowed deeply in Su Yu's direction. Tears glistened in his eyes, and a trace of hatred flashed across them. In his heart, he said quietly, I will avenge you. The others might not know, but he knew that Su Yu had disembarked the ship for his sake. Without Su Yu, as the one with the lowest cultivation among the 10 of them, he would have been devoured by the evil beings. His revenge must be borne by Ouya Huanyun. With his back to Hero Luo, Ouya Huanyun hid the strange look on his face and looked extremely calm. He wasn't a match for Hero Luo in a head-on fight, so he had to outsmart her. Little did he know, on the coast, the horde of evil beings was rushing over like a tide. Su Yu gritted his teeth. After repelling a few evil beings, he took out the earth fault furnace and used the fruit of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo to plug the hole at the bottom. Then, he threw it into the Sea of Creation. Seeing that it wasn't going to be damaged by the Sea of Creation, he jumped into it. He activated the desolate force, and the earth fault furnace spun at high speed in the water like a top, speeding away into the distance. It was much faster than the clumsy ship of creation. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the Sea of Creation. Plop! A few evil beings couldn't stop their momentum and fell into the Sea of Creation. 9 of them died on the spot, turning into pools of blood. However, one of them didn't die. Instead, the purple scales on its body evolved into black. The evil energy emanating from its body became more intense, and its strength became stronger. It had reached the level of a mid-stage 5-crown martial emperor. Back to Su Yu. With the help of the earth fault furnace, he came and went freely in the Sea of Creation. Although he lagged behind Hero Luo, he arrived at a nearby island before her. After the frightening experience on the island, he was much more cautious. He used the way of invisibility to disguise himself completely, and then quietly entered the island. With a sweep of his soul, he found that there was indeed an abandoned city on the island. Moreover, there were evil beings with purple scales. The slight difference was that the city on this island seemed to be more magnificent than the one on the previous island. He could vaguely see traces of factions left behind. Why did creatures once exist on the islands of the Sea of Creation? He was very puzzled. Were they creatures from the cavern world of the Master of Creation? Why would they be placed on an isolated island like this? As he pondered, Su Yu quietly searched the city. He was lucky enough to find 4 of them. After searching for a day without any results, he looked at the faction that was on the verge of collapse. The mountain gate had been destroyed, but judging from the remnants of the formation, it was a rather brilliant formation. At least, it was much more brilliant than the Tai Chi faction. Chapter 2048. All the private caves were intact and in a sealed state. With his transparent eye, he scanned them and found that they were well preserved. Everything was still there. He opened one of them and searched it up and down. He confirmed that it was a high-level cave of a 5-crown emperor in the early stage of the faction. Inside, there were his training notes and many talismans that he had casually made. The power of the talismans was almost the same. They were all at the level of a 4-crown emperor in the late stage. To Su Yu, they were not essential. But now that evil creatures were everywhere, using them occasionally could save a lot of power. After collecting all of them, Su Yu searched the caves one by one and found something in each one. Although they were not very precious, they were of great use to Suyu at present. Finally, he fixed his eyes on a cave in the deepest part of the cave. Compared with the other caves, there was a restriction operating outside this cave, and the restriction was not weak. It was at the level of a 5-crown emperor in the late stage. Judging from the traces left around it, it should have been attacked by an evil creature, but it did not succeed. What made Suyu slightly puzzled was why the evil creature did not attack the other caves. In theory, there were no restrictions circulating in those caves, and they were easier to break. Suyu could not do anything about the restriction of a 5-crown emperor in the late stage. At this time, he could only ask for help from an expert. Suyu touched the 9-jade spiritual pearl with his finger, and a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She was holding a brush in her hand and was practicing her mathematical calligraphy. She was suddenly transported out. She was slightly stunned and looked at Suyu with dissatisfaction. She said coldly, "Lowly human, why did you summon me?" Suyu smiled and gestured at the 5-crown emperor in the late stage with his mouth. Xiao Dai looked sideways and put down the brush calmly. She said lightly, "I no longer eat casually." Before she could finish, Suyu took out a pot of taishu and shook it in his hand. "Really?" Xiao Dai's eyes instinctively burst with a terrible light. She stared at taishu without blinking and swallowed her saliva. His cold and aloof aura instantly vanished into thin air. "Damn it. I really want to strangle you to death and bury my unbearable past." Xiao Dai revealed her true colors and gnashed her teeth. Thinking back to her childhood, Xiao Dai wished she could find a hole to hide in. "Break the seal, and this pot of wine will be yours." Suyu was like a cunning old fox as he spoke with a smile. Xiao Dai stomped her feet angrily and no longer pretended to be cold. She snorted, "It won't be so easy to deceive me like before. Apart from this pot of wine, we'll split the things inside 50-50. Deal." Suyu agreed readily. It was just a pot of taishu. To him, it was like drinking water. He just needed to add some primordial qi into it. It was not difficult at all. As for the 50-50 split, without Little Butterfly, he wouldn't be able to get a single cent. Now that he had gotten 5 points for free, why not? Xiao Dai looked at Suyu suspiciously, feeling as if she had been fooled somewhere. She couldn't help but feel annoyed, as it was extremely difficult to take advantage of Suyu. With a soft snort, she walked forward and clawed at the restriction with her fingers. What was shocking was that the 5-crown emperor late-stage restriction was actually warped by a single grab. Then, Xiao Dai twisted her wrist, and the twisted seal finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed on the spot. As soon as the seal was broken, the two of them rushed inside. Suyu's gaze swept across the place and found a skeleton that had passed away in a sitting position. It was sitting on a cushion in a meditative posture. With a thought, he immediately rushed forward and grabbed one of the skeleton's arms in his palm. Even he knew that this skeleton was the most valuable, let alone someone like Xiao Dai, who was naturally sensitive to treasures. She grabbed the other half of the skeleton and said, "I snatched it first, so it belongs to me." Suyu said, "It doesn't belong to you just because you found it first." He secretly exerted his strength to snatch the skeleton. Xiao Dai also exerted her strength. Her strength was so great that the skeleton almost broke free from Suyu's palm. "Have you forgotten who raised you so painstakingly? Is it really okay to snatch something from the person who raised you?" Suyu used the evil dragon Nirvana to increase his strength. Xiao Dai also exerted all her strength and said softly, "Shameless. Who took advantage of the young and ignorant me to bite open something that you couldn't do anything to? Then, you snatched away the treasures inside and didn't leave a single one for me." Hearing this, Suyu's face did not turn red. He even used his desolate power. The two of them struggled with all their might. Finally, the skeleton could not bear it any longer and broke into 2 halves. Suyu and Xiao Dai each grabbed half of it. Suyu looked at the remaining skeleton in his hand helplessly. This was the skeleton of a late-stage 5-crown divine warrior. It was extremely hard. Normally, it would be impossible for them to tear it apart. After observing it carefully, Suyu discovered that this skeleton was slightly abnormal. There were many scale-shaped protrusions on the surface of the skeleton. This reminded Su Yu of the evil creature outside. He then looked at the hand of the skeleton, which was holding a jade bottle. There was still an unknown liquid lying inside. Su Yu opened it. Suddenly, a shocking fragrance wafted into his nose. The desolate power in his body was stirring, as if it was yearning for something. Cold dew cloud frost. Xiao Dai cried out in surprise. Her eyes shone brightly, but she immediately shut her mouth and stammered, "TSK. It turns out to be such a worthless thing. I don't want it." "Haha, if you don't want it, why do you keep glancing at it?" Su Yu saw her expression and knew that this so-called cold dew cloud frost was a good thing. Xiao Dai looked at the arm in her hand reluctantly. There was something in it, but it was not a treasure. It was a sealed sheepskin scroll. What the hell is this? How unlucky. She was only interested in treasures. She casually glanced at the sheepskin scroll and threw it away, looking for something else. Su Yu picked it up curiously and found that it was a letter of last words. "I am the master of the Haoyuan faction. In the 3rd year of destiny, a natural disaster befell. The fairy vault continent was submerged overnight. The Haoyuan faction stood at the peak of the ancient mountain and was saved from annihilation." Su Yu could not help but be surprised. So, this sea of creation used to be a prosperous and civilized world. However, it was submerged by the sea of creation created by the master of creation. Only 204 peaks remained, which became the islands of today. The Haoyuan faction was trapped on this island. All the people helped each other through the difficulties together. However, they did not expect that the real disaster had just begun. Some people took the risk to enter the evil sea. 9 of them died, and less than 10% of them came back alive. Those who came back all obtained extraordinary opportunities. Their strength either improved by leaps and bounds, or they got divine weapons, elixirs, and so on from the sky. Therefore, many desperate creatures tried to risk their lives by entering the evil sea. They wanted to obtain the great fortune that was almost impossible to survive. Many people died, but a group of people became powerful quickly and became the top management of the Haoyuan faction. I was one of them. I used to be the most ordinary disciple, but I entered the evil sea twice in a row and came back alive. I obtained great opportunities and finally succeeded in taking over the position of the master of the Haoyuan faction. The overall strength of the Haoyuan faction was more powerful than before. He continued, however, a terrible disaster befell us. First, one of the elders suddenly fell seriously ill and fell into a coma. His skin gradually grew purple scales, and his body also changed rapidly. In the end, he turned into a purple evil creature. He killed people and devoured all living creatures he saw. I killed him myself. However, soon after, the second elder also changed. After a serious illness, he turned into a purple evil creature. Then, the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, the 5th elder. We finally realized that there was a price to pay for obtaining those opportunities, and the price was being poisoned by the evil sea. Su Yu was shocked when he read this. The purple evil creature was transformed by a creature who had obtained opportunities. They started to kill ordinary creatures, and I also started to change. Black scales grew in my bones. I thought I would become one of them soon. I didn't want that to happen. Therefore, before I completely lost my mind, I used the Haoyuan faction's countless years of accumulation to research a medicine that could resist the mutation. Su Yu was slightly confused. Since he had developed the medicine, why didn't he take it himself? Unfortunately, this medicine is only effective on living creatures that haven't mutated. Once there is a sign of mutation, the medicine will lose its effect. He couldn't help but look at the medicine he had obtained. This should be it. If one day, a fated person comes here and breaks into my cave abode, he will see this parchment. Please spread this medicine and save the common people. The letter ended here, and his life should have come to an abrupt end. In order not to harm others, the faction master had chosen to commit suicide. Su Yu sighed deeply. Why did the Creation Path Master arrange such a fate for them? In the eyes of the Creation Path Master, the living creatures of the Haoyuan faction were probably like ants. Sighing silently, Su Yu collected the corpse and buried it in the faction. Then, he bowed and said, "Senior, If I meet a fated person, I will give this medicine to him. Suddenly, the faint roar of a beast could be heard. The evil creatures had detected Su Yu's scent and were rushing over. Xiao Dai, it's time to go. Su Yu called out to her and kept her in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Then, he took a detour back to the shore. Before the evil creatures could catch up to him, he quickly left the island on the earth-breaking furnace. At that moment, Luotian led the crowd to the island. She was in high spirits and seemed to be in high spirits. Let's split up and search. We must find all the tokens of creation. She personally led the team into the Haoyuan faction to search. However, after searching for a long time, only one person was lucky enough to find one. The rest of them returned empty-handed. Luotian frowned. There was only one on such a large island. Luotian, we found traces of human activity. Several closed caverns were opened, and everything inside was taken away. Luotian looked displeased. Humph. It's the people from the other 3 regions. They are really fast. After she obtained the ship, she had rushed straight in this direction. She should have been the first to arrive, but someone beat her to it. Let's go. Let's go to the next island. Luotian was decisive and did not hesitate at all. Before long, they arrived at the second island. In the end, apart from the roaring of the evil creatures, which seemed to have been attracted by something, they found nothing. Damn it. The people from the other 3 regions beat us to it again. What she did not know was that while she was complaining, the people from the other 3 regions also looked unhappy. The nearby islands had all been searched by others. Not only were there few tokens of creation left, but they had also alarmed the evil creatures, who were chasing them everywhere. They assumed that it was the doing of the people from the other 3 regions. They had no idea that a small cauldron, which was moving at an incredible speed, had left them far behind and was heading for an island that was even further away. Chapter 2049. A month later, the ship led by Luotian left an island where evil creatures were roaring. The crew had decreased from 11 to 6. 5 of them had died in the process of searching for the creation tokens. The whole ship was filled with sadness. Not only had they sacrificed many of their companions, but they had also obtained far fewer creation tokens than expected. Luotian sat alone at the bow of the ship, her eyes filled with deep doubt. It was very strange. She had abandoned many islands along the way and moved forward in a straight line in order to surpass Yang Chen and the other 3 warships so that she would not always follow them and pick up the islands they had searched. Strangely, the islands she had arrived at were still searched, and only a small number of creation tokens remained. Could it be that their ships are better and faster? Luotian's face was a little gloomy. The ecliptic meeting this time would determine her future, so it was very important. If her performance was too poor, she would not be assigned a good enough position, and her years of hard work would be in vain. While he was distressed, Su Yu once again went to an island not far away from him with a full load. After a month, he had searched all 203 islands. He had obtained a total of 400 creation tokens, which should be more than the people on the other 4 ships combined. However, the greatest harvest should be the resources left on the islands. Many of the creatures on the islands had perished, and all their things were left behind by Su Yu, including divine stones, spiritual wood, spiritual herbs, and even cultivation techniques. Basically, every island's resources were equivalent to a faction of a 5-star civilization. After searching all 203 islands, the resources that Su Yu had obtained were comparable to those of the top 10 civilizations. Their overall strength was equivalent to a faction of a 5-star civilization, and the amount of resources they had stored was extremely terrifying. With so many resources handed over to the Cauldron, Su Yu believed that they would be able to further develop. After leaving the island, Su Yu went to the deepest part. According to the Tiancan Pathmaster, there were a total of 204 islands, and the last one was located in the deepest part of the Sea of Creation. It was far away from the other islands and was the largest among the 204 islands. There should be more creation tokens on it than the other islands, and the resources should be more abundant. A few days later, Su Yu stopped in a vast sea on the earth furnace. His eyes were filled with deep doubt. What's going on? After searching for a few days, He did not even see the shadow of the island. It was as if it did not exist at all. It shouldn't be. Because of the delay, they had caught up with the distance between them and the four-legged ships. From afar, one could see several tiny black shadows moving about at the end of the Sea of Creation. Suyu looked at his own reflection in the Sea of Creation. More than 400 stars were twinkling above his head like a galaxy. If they discovered so many good fortune tokens, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would probably gang up on him, right? Now was not the time to meet him face to face. It would be great if he could find the last island. He should be able to temporarily hide on it. Now that he was on the surface of the sea, there was no place for him to hide. Where is the last island? Suyu pondered deeply. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. Tao Master Creation's remnant image was playing chess at the door. It seemed like there were exactly 204 flags on the board. Hey! Upon discovering this, Suyu vaguely understood something, and he carefully recalled the chessboard. In comparison, there was indeed a shocking discovery. The arrangement of the 204 chess pieces was completely in line with the distance and position of the island. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze shot toward the southwest. According to the layout of the chessboard, the last island should be in that direction. One day later, Suyu paced back and forth in the empty sea, muttering to himself. It should be here, but why was there still no shadow? As he pondered, he suddenly detected a faint spatial fluctuation. This fluctuation was quite faint, almost as if it was nothing. But who was Suyu? How could a master of the space law escape his detection? His eyes were like lightning, and instantly shot toward the spatial fluctuation. He saw a faint spatial crack that was as thin as a strand of hair flash by. Something is wrong. He flashed over, and before the crack disappeared, he used the space law to maintain it. As he was about to study it further, he heard human language coming from within the crack. Strange, why can't the formation be closed? Is it stuck? Before long, the crack expanded a little, and a pair of human eyes appeared, looking out to see if there was anything outside. Unexpectedly, the pair of eyes happened to meet Suyu, who was dressed in white. He was so scared that he screamed, "Oh my God, it's a ghost." He shrank his head back, turned around, and fled. Suyu suddenly understood. The last island had formed a space of its own. It was protected by some kind of powerful space formation on the outside, and became an existence like the universe inside, so it could not be discovered no matter what. With a flick of his finger, the crack expanded infinitely, turning into the size of a human, allowing Suyu to enter easily. After passing through the formation, the crack disappeared on its own. He himself was in the sky above an ancient island. What surprised Suyu was that it was different from the other 203 islands. The island in front of him was very prosperous. Its size should be equivalent to the size of 10 Tai Chi factions. If Suyu wanted to cross it, he would have to use the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole several times. His soul swept across, and there was not a single evil creature. They were all humans who had flourished. A series of tall skyscrapers, a series of strange-looking mecha vehicles, and all sorts of spaceships entered his vision. Suyu was stunned, and he felt as if he had gone back in time. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the mecha civilization where Yi Mingxian was. It was too similar. The only difference was that the humans on the island not only knew mechas, but they also retained some of their martial instincts. They used martial skills to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, and they had extraordinary strength. Although compared to the martial artists of the outside world, they were much weaker at the same level, the martial skills had indeed been passed down. How could this be? Suyu's eyes were blank. While he was still in shock, several powerful auras descended. 3 five-crowned emperors covered in golden light stepped through the air. The 3 of them stood in a circle, looking at Suyu with shock and curiosity. "Where are you from?" The golden man in the play was at the later stage of the 5 crowned emperors, or at least his cultivation level. He asked with a face full of vicissitudes. Although they were vigilant, they did not release any hostility. Suyu said calmly, "I am from the outside world. Are you from another island? How is that possible? Do you still have ships on your island?" The old man in the middle asked in surprise. Suyu calmly shook his head. The outside world I am talking about is different from the outside world you understand. Let me put it this way, I have been to the other 203 islands, and I did not rely on ships, but on my own abilities. Chapter 2050. Suyu nodded. Apart from searching for the creation tokens and resources, he also wanted to know why their island was the only one safe and sound. Soon, he was invited to the most prestigious restaurant on the island by the three of them. All the reputable people on the island came to watch. Friend Su, please don't blame us. You are the only outsider to come here in hundreds and thousands of years, so everyone is very curious, the old man, Jin Yuan, said. Suyu waved his hand. No matter. I am also very curious about the civilization on your island. As martial artists, how did you develop mechas? Jin Yuan sighed deeply, asking, Friend Su, since you are a martial artist with a high cultivation base, have you noticed the atmosphere on the island? Suyu nodded slightly. I noticed it when I first entered. The spirit energy and divine energy in the atmosphere are very thin, almost non-existent. Suyu had felt uncomfortable when he first arrived, and the abnormality of the atmosphere had long attracted his attention. Such a thin amount of martial qi is already not enough for the martial path to develop. We three old fellows are already the only 5 crown emperors left. In the future, it should be very difficult for another 5 crown emperor of our level to appear. Suyu did not deny it. With the thin divine energy here, it was unlikely that a 4 crown emperor would be born, let alone a 5 crown emperor. Martial arts are gradually declining, and we occasionally have to deal with the attacks of monsters from the outside world. We can only try our best to develop things that support martial arts. Fortunately, our island has been producing many refined ores. After many years of research, we have gradually developed weapons like mechas, which can barely deal with the monsters. The monsters they were referring to should be the purple evil creatures. So, you have set up a spell to hide the island from those purple monsters? Jin Yuan looked at Suyu in surprise. Purple? Friend Su, have you seen them before? Yes, I have. I fought with some of them and escaped by a fluke. He had said it casually, but when everyone heard it, they were all shocked. What? You can fight with them? Jin Yuan was shocked. A sharp-faced 5-crown sovereign at his side responded with deep suspicion, saying, Dao friend Su, could it be that you're joking? Those monsters are so powerful that the three of us can barely deal with them if we work together. How can you deal with them alone? Suyu was stunned. Only now did he understand that although they had cultivation bases, their martial abilities were not on par with their cultivation bases. It was probably just a fluke. Suyu didn't want to explain too much. Jin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, but his face remained expressionless as he said, Fellow Daoist Su's strength is astonishing. I'm impressed. After a short pause, Jin Yuan said with anticipation, Since fellow Daoist Su has been to the other islands, do you know how they have developed? Ever since that night, we've lost all contact with each other. Some of the islands are not weaker than us. They must be very powerful now, right? Suyu was silent for a long time. Then, under their confused gazes, he slowly said, It's a pity that out of the 204 islands, only your island is still standing. The rest have been occupied by the evil beings. Hearing this, the entire place fell into dead silence. Many people's eyes were filled with suffocating despair. Something seemed to be stuck in Jin Yuan's throat as he said with difficulty, Is this true? Suyu nodded and pointed at the air. Then, dozens of light figures appeared in front of him. They were all scenes of the islands he had arrived at. Everywhere he looked, there were decaying beasts all over the mountains and plains. The light in the eyes of the people present dimmed little by little, and finally turned into a dull grey color. Suyu knew that they had been hoping for many years that someone from the other islands would come and lead them out of their current predicament. But the truth was cruel. All the islands had been destroyed, and they were the only ones left. Don't be dispirited, everyone. Although the islands in the Sea of Creation have been destroyed, there is still a world outside the Sea of Creation. Their situation reminded Suyu of when he was in the Jojo continent, but he didn't know that there was a Star River God realm outside the continent. Hearing this, Everyone was shocked. Jin Yuan was overjoyed and asked, "Is that true?" Su Yu pointed at himself. "Otherwise, where did I come from?" If they trusted him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take all of them away in the cavern world. Jin Yuan didn't lose his cool. After a moment of ecstasy, he said calmly, "I haven't asked, how did fellow Daoist Su come to the evil sea from the outside world? Could it be that you accidentally fell into this place?" In his imagination, the outside world should be similar to the Sea of Creation. Unexpectedly, Su Yu said calmly, "The Sea of Creation is a small place for us to train. I came here specifically to obtain the mission item." Training place? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't accept this fact. The Sea of Creation, which they thought was incomparably vast, was actually just a training place for others. After a long while, Jin Yuan accepted the reality and said, "What is the mission item you mentioned?" Su Yu flicked his finger, and the image of the creation token appeared in front of them. Seeing its shape, everyone was surprised. "Isn't this the ancestral stone tablet?" Jin Yuan was astonished. Su Yu nodded. "It should be. I don't know if it is important to you. If it is, forget it." With the 400 creation tokens in his hands, he could easily rank first. It would be best if he could get it from this island, but if he couldn't, it wouldn't matter. To tell you the truth, we relied on the ancestral stone tablet to research some creations, which led us to create the Mecha civilization. Su Yu could not help but be surprised. The listener was listening attentively. The main reason why the rest of the islands were destroyed was that some of them had tried to obtain creations from the water of the evil sea, and eventually turned into evil beings. He didn't expect that the people of this island would take a different approach and obtain creations from the creation token. No wonder this island was the only one that was safe and sound. "Is it convenient for you to tell me how you obtained the creations from it?" Su Yu asked curiously. Jin Yuan hesitated for a moment, and after exchanging glances with the other two 5-crown divine warriors, he said, "This is our secret, but if you can take us away from this place, I don't mind telling you." In fact, the secret wasn't strictly kept, and many people besides them knew about it. If Su Yu tried to find out, he could still find out. If he told Su Yu now, he could at least give him some face. "Through our research, we discovered that if the stone tablet is soaked in the water of the evil sea, it will produce a strange gas. After inhaling it, one can obtain different kinds of creations." There was such a thing. If they hadn't mentioned it, Su Yu really wouldn't have thought of putting the creation token into the Sea of Creation. However, the water of the evil sea is quite dangerous, and even touching it can put one's life in danger. "Since friend Su has traveled a long way to get here, you should know about it," Jin Yuan said. Chapter 2051. We can't bring it back to the island, so we can only throw the stone tablet into the evil sea. In this way, most of the gas will be lost, and only a small part will be used by us. Even so, it will be of great help to the continuation of our race. In an open area, some of the gas would naturally dissipate. But not in a secret room. They couldn't contain the water of the evil sea, but Su Yu could. He remained calm and continued to talk with them. Several hours later, both sides had benefited a lot from their conversation. Jin Yuan was full of smiles. "My friend Su, I will now pass on the order for those who are willing to leave to pack up their things and leave with you to the outside world." After some discussion, they chose to enter Su Yu's cavern world and let him take them away. "Well said. Now, my friend Su, you can rest here. I will go and take care of it." Jin Yuan and the other two left one after another, leaving Su Yu to rest. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly. He used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole and arrived at the coast in an instant. He took out the earth-breaking furnace and filled it with the water of the evil sea. Then, he returned to his original place quietly. After setting up some isolation spells around him, Su Yu immediately tried it out. He pointed at the starlight above his head, and a fortune token changed from starlight to the shape of a stone tablet. He threw it into the earth-breaking furnace. With a splash, the stone tablet fell into the water of the evil sea, and a drastic change occurred immediately. A large number of bubbles emerged from the stone tablet, turning into wisps of dark grey gas that drifted in all directions. Suyu rolled up his sleeves and inhaled it through his nose. At this moment, the fortune he wanted the most was undoubtedly the improvement of his cultivation. To his surprise, after inhaling a wisp of it, his cultivation showed signs of loosening. When all the gas in the stone tablet had been released, Suyu's cultivation had improved by 1,000. For a 4-crown emperor, 1,000th was equivalent to a whole year of cultivation. Suyu was delighted. He now had 400 fortune tokens in his hands. Wouldn't he be able to greatly improve his cultivation? He immediately threw the rest of the fortune tokens into it, and a large amount of gas gushed out. With the restriction of the isolation spell, they could not escape, and were all absorbed by Suyu. At the same time, Suyu was thinking about how to improve his cultivation. The fortune he got was indeed the improvement of his cultivation. In a short period of time, his cultivation had increased by 40%. Adding on the previous accumulation, he was only halfway to breaking into the mid-stage of the 4-crown emperor realm. He tried to toss the stone tablet he had used into the sea of creation, but it did not produce any new gas. Disappointment flashed in his heart. It seemed like the stone tablet could not be used repeatedly. However, the hidden benefits of the creation token excited Suyu slightly. If he could find more creation tokens, wouldn't he be able to directly break through to the middle stage of the 4-crown emperor realm? Wouldn't that save him a lot of time to cultivate? At the same time, in another secret room. Elder Jin, do you really believe this person? The pointy-faced 5-crown emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. Jin Yuan pondered for a long time before slowly nodding. His words should be true. You know that I cultivate the law of the heart. A person's words cannot escape my law, regardless of whether they are true or false. If he was lying to us, I should have sensed it just now. The pointy-faced 5-crown emperor still expressed his disbelief, saying, it might be true that he came from the outside world, but what if he harbors ill intentions towards us after bringing us to the outside world? The outside world is his territory. We might be trampled on by him. His worry was not without reason. The other 5-crown emperor also fell into deep thought. Jin Yuan sighed. Being trampled on by him is better than staying here and waiting for death. As soon as he said this, the other two were stunned. Seeing the gradual decline of the martial path, they knew in their hearts that one day, they would walk towards extinction. Clenching his teeth, the pointy-faced 5-crown emperor said, all right, let's take a gamble. At that moment, they suddenly received an urgent message from the coast. The three of them opened their communication devices to take a look, and their expressions changed drastically. What? There are 3 ships fighting nearby? The pointy-faced 5-crown emperor was shocked. Could it be friend Su's companions? Jin Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It shouldn't be. Friend Su said that he is participating in some kind of training. Since it is training, there should be competition. Perhaps the other party is friend Su's enemy. Hearing this, the pointy-faced 5-crown emperor's mind became active. Then, should we secretly make contact with these people? We cannot put all our eggs in one basket. The other 5-crown emperor nodded in agreement. That's right. Let's establish contact with them immediately. The two of them hit it off and made a decision on the spot. Wait. Jin Yuan shook his head, his old eyes filled with wisdom. What makes you think that after they discover us, they will not collectively snatch our stone tablets, which are the tokens of creation that friend Su spoke of? What makes you think that they will be like friend Su and bring us away unconditionally? It was laughable that Suyu had not asked for anything from them. He had just brought them away from this hopeless situation. Instead, they felt good about themselves and wanted to separate a group of people for others to bring them away. The human heart is sinister. It is not easy to meet someone who does not snatch our stone tablets, but is willing to bring us away. Jin Yuan was experienced and could see through everything. The pointy-faced 5-crown emperor was unwilling, saying, "How can we understand them if we do not make contact with them?" Jin Yuan's gaze flickered. "We will know a thing or two if we observe them in secret." The three of them moved to the edge of the coast, opening a small crack in the spell and looking out. The 4 ships were fighting with each other in the open. Using ropes, they charged to the other ships and fought each other. It was a real fight, using open knives and spears. After killing each other, they would snatch their tokens of creation and then fight with the others. The whole area of the sea was dyed red with blood. The smell of blood was carried by the sea breeze, causing the pointy-faced Five-Crown Emperor to become clear-headed. "Do you still want to contact them?" Jin Yuan asked calmly. The pointy-faced Five-Crown Emperor shuddered and shook his head vigorously. At this moment, he felt that he was extremely lucky to have met someone like Su Yu. This group of people outside killed without batting an eye for the tokens of creation. What would happen if they discovered the existence of their island? It would be fine if they handed over the tokens of creation. If they did not, they would be the ones dying in blood. "Quickly inform friend Su. His companions may have arrived," Jin Yuan said. The pointy-faced Five-Crown Emperor nodded and immediately set off. Su Yu was not too surprised to receive the news. In theory, they should have arrived in this area by now. Now that they were fighting, they had no hope of finding the last island and had begun to fight for the tokens of creation. With a thought, he came to the coast and looked out through the spell. Chapter 2052. Even the heaven rulers cultivated by the ecliptic palace revealed their ferocious nature and began to fight. The creation token was related to their future. How could they not fight? However, the main force of the fight was the crew that they had brought with them. The heaven rulers of the 4 regions stood firmly at the bow of the ship. The calmest one was Luotian. She looked at her crew members who were seriously injured without blinking. No matter how serious the crew members were, she was fine as long as she was unharmed. Anyway, she could take a portion of the creation tokens brought back by the crew members. The heaven rulers of the other 3 regions were also indifferent to the lives of the crew members. Su Yu secretly shook his head as he watched the scene. These 4 people were really difficult to compliment. Especially Luotian. Watching the ordinary crew members die tragically one after another, while the 4 of them enjoyed the fruits of their labor, Su Yu said lightly, "You are still too comfortable. Let me find something for you to do." After thinking about it, Su Yu took out an offensive talisman from the Five-Crown Emperor. This was the highest level talisman he had found on the many islands, the Shadow 7 Injuries talisman. After releasing it, it would release invisible hidden weapons to hurt people. With the top strength of the 4 heaven rulers, they might not be able to hurt them, but they could still make them restless. Su Yu aimed the talisman at Luotian, but after thinking about it, he changed it to the Southern Demon King, who had the 2nd highest cultivation among them. He only wanted to hurt Luotian. With her personality, she would most likely choose to endure it. It would be very difficult to provoke internal strife. However, this Demon King was arrogant and unruly. She was the type that would explode at the slightest touch. If it were him, the result might be completely different. Secretly waiting for an opportunity, when the Southern Demon King's back was facing him, Su Yu suddenly released the talisman. An obscure shadow crossed the sky and penetrated the back of the Demon King. When he was 10,000 feet away from the Demon King, he finally became alert. While condensing a defensive shield on the surface of his body, a huge shadow of the Demon King appeared behind him. The defensive shield of the Great Desolation Power was crushed by the shadow like a piece of paper. However, the Demon King's shadow roared angrily, and its huge hands clamped down on the shadow. The Demon King turned around angrily. Because Su Yu had grasped it from a rather tricky angle, the charm seemed to have been shot from the direction of the wine and meat Buddha. Facing the stare, Ju Ru's expression changed. He put down the wine and meat in his hand and said solemnly, "Amitabha, I am a monk. I will never, you sanctimonious monk, I've tolerated you for a long time." What kind of person was the Demon King? He had always been domineering. He liked to monopolize all the good things. However, wine meat Buddha occupied all the women the moment he arrived. He was already unhappy. Now, they even launched a sneak attack on him. They were really looking for an opportunity to ask him to teach them a lesson. "It really wasn't me." Wine and meat Buddha's mouth twitched helplessly. "Humph. If I think it's you, then it's you," the Demon King said domineeringly. He tapped the ground with his feet and stepped on the rope, charging towards Ju Ru's ship. How could Ju Ru want to fight? He turned around and ran towards Goddess Luo's ship. Luotian Luo furrowed her brows. The wine-meat Buddha was trying to invite trouble for himself. With a tap of her foot, she left her own ship and jumped onto the dusty ship. Yang Chen cautiously stepped back to prevent the other three from taking the opportunity to attack him. Among the four of them, Yang Chen alone had 50 creation tokens, which was more than the other three combined. Naturally, he would be attacked by them. Back off. Yang Chen was not angry. Luotian Luo stepped on the rope and slightly hesitated. But Juru ignored her and chased after her. Behind him was the Demon King, who was full of murderous aura. He took out a talisman of the 5-crown emperor and activated it. From the looks of it, he was going to include Luotian Luo in his attack range. Luotian Luo could only clasp her hands at Yang Chen. I was forced, I hope you can forgive me. As she said that, she returned a smile that she thought was pretty and stepped onto the ship. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took half a step in, Yang Chen's majestic power surged towards her. Luotian Luo was shocked and hurriedly resisted. As soon as they fought, Luotian Luo immediately felt that Yang Chen was stronger than her. Under the huge impact of the power, she was blown away like a leaf. Her chest was stuffy and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of divine blood. A pair of pretty eyes stared at the indifferent Yang Chen with slight resentment. Yang Chen stood in front of the ship with his hands behind his back and stared at her coldly. Why should I forgive a woman like you? Yang Chen was well aware of Luotian Luo's character. This woman seemed to be pure and clean, but in fact, her heart was extremely dirty and more insidious than anyone else. Luotian Luo gritted her teeth, but as Suyu expected, she chose to endure. Humph. Yang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked at his crew and said, "Come back, we will stop here. There is no need to compete with them." His 8 attendants returned to the ship one after another and no longer participated in the competition. Among the 4 teams of ships, Yang Chen's team sacrificed the least. Next was Juru's team. Then there was Juru. The biggest sacrifice was Luotian Luo. There were only 4 people left. The other 6 people were sacrificed in the search for the creation token and in the competition just now. It could be seen that Yang Chen was the most dedicated to the crew. Yang Chen, we have more people. If we fight again, we should be able to get more creation tokens, Li Jian, who was ranked 8th, said. Yang Chen shook his head. There is no need. We were involved in it. Now it is time to withdraw. The 4 teams of ships met. The first to launch an attack was the Monster King, followed by Wine and Meat Buddha, and finally Luotian Luo. Yang Chen was caught in the middle, so he had to make a move. Now, seeing that the other 3 heavenly rulers had joined the battle, if they continued, the casualties of the crew would rapidly increase. Experience is important, but life is more important. We can't put the cart before the horse. Yang Chen was calm. He looked at the other 3 indifferently. Whoever dares to board my ship again will be killed. However, even if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to. Luotian Luo lowered her head at the moment. No one could see her gloomy expression. When Yang Chen's big ship left the battlefield, it was about to turn around. Luotian Luo suddenly attacked. She made a dangerous move and attacked Yang Chen. She crushed a talisman that had been prepared a long time ago in her palm. The power was so powerful that it was at the peak of the 5-crown king realm. Give it back to you. Luotian Luo screamed and attacked Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen had been vigilant, he was not aware that she had a 5-crown king realm talisman. Not only him, but Wine and Meat Buddha and the Monster King also did not expect it. It turned out that when Luotian Luo was searching an island, she found a hidden cave. It was the place that Suyu had missed when he searched in a hurry. Inside was the tomb of a 5-crown king realm peak. There were many powerful relics in it, including this talisman. In order to break into the tomb, she sacrificed 2 crew members to succeed. It had to be said that this woman had incredible luck. Coupled with her ruthlessness, the opportunities were quite good. Chapter 2053. Boom. However, the 5-crown emperor-level talisman was extremely powerful. How could a true emperor-level divine weapon compete with it? The divine weapon shattered, and Yang Chen's limbs were torn apart by the explosion. The entire ship he was on was instantly blown into 2 pieces. All the people on the ship sank into the sea of creation along with the ship. The crew fell into the sea and was immediately decomposed into a large pool of blood by the water of the sea of creation. Yang Chen fell into the sea, and his breath was gone. The Buddha and the Monster King felt their scalps go numb. Looking at the woman in front of them, they felt a slight chill in their hearts. This woman was so vicious. After all, Yang Chen was one of the heaven rulers of the 4 regions. Their master was a pathmaster that they met all the time. How could she kill Yang Chen so decisively? She was relying on her master, and she was not afraid of trouble. Number 1 in the 4 regions. That's it. Luotian lightly flicked the blood stains on her chest, and a trace of mockery flashed across her face. She was about to turn around, but suddenly, a series of bubbles suddenly appeared near the sea where Yang Chen was sinking. She frowned and turned her head to look again. What made her face turn pale was a figure slowly rising from the sea. His entire body was drenched with the seawater of the creation realm. His long hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. He looked extremely angry. You didn't die." Luotian was terrified. Yang Chen's face was cold. "Die." With one word, the sea of creation surged, and the 3 ships swayed. It looked like they were about to collapse. His cultivation. Luotian's face turned pale. Yang Chen, who was just an early stage 5-crown emperor, was now at the middle stage. Good fortune. The good fortune of the sea of creation. 9 deaths and 1 life. He was one of the extremely lucky survivors who was able to obtain good fortune. Su Yu, who was watching from afar, was secretly shocked. No wonder he was the heavens chosen of the North region. He had great luck. Not only did he not die in such a situation, but he also obtained good fortune. Now that he was a mid-stage 5-crown emperor, no one in the sea of creation could compete with him. Crash. Yang Chen stepped on a broken piece of the ship and sped towards Luotian. Luotian gritted her teeth and looked at the Buddha and the Monster King. "What are you waiting for? If we miss this opportunity, it will be even more difficult to snatch his good fortune token in the future." Right now, Smoke Dust was alone in the sea, and there was only a piece of wood under his feet. If he fell into the sea of fortune again, there was no way he could miraculously survive and obtain the fortune, right? Therefore, if he wanted the fortune token, this was the best opportunity. The Buddha of Wine and Meat and the Monster King came back to their senses. They turned their ships around and surrounded the smoke. "Yang Chen, hand over the creation token and I can send you to a safe island. Once the ecliptic ceremony is over, the higher-ups of the sect will take you back." Wine and Meat Buddha said with a merciful expression. The Monster King was merciless. "You have no choice. Hand over the creation token. Otherwise, this broken piece of wood won't last long." Indeed, it was just a piece of wood. A slightly bigger wave could overturn it. However, Yang Chen acted as if he didn't hear anything. He stared at Luotian and said, "You killed them." His crew members were all innocent. A few of them had gone through fire and water with him, especially Li Jian. On an island, Yang Chen was attacked from the front and back. It was Li Jian who blocked the blow with his own body, so that Yang Chen wouldn't be fatally injured. However, Li Jian was seriously injured and almost died. Now, he failed to protect Li Jian and allowed Luotian to kill all the people on the ship, including him. Luotian felt a chill in his heart. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He couldn't let Yang Chen live. Otherwise, even if he had to leave this place, he would find a way to take revenge. A touch of ruthlessness flashed in his heart. He raised his hand and took out another talisman, ready to activate it. He didn't need to cause much damage to Yang Chen. The waves caused by the explosion alone would overturn the wood under his feet and bury him in the sea of fortune. However, at that moment, a sharp cry suddenly resounded through the universe. Su Yu, who was watching the battle, changed his expression slightly. "Evil creature? How could there be one here?" Jin Yuan's face was calm, and he was not surprised. "Haven't you seen a second-level evil creature that can fly? Are there levels of evil creatures?" Su Yu asked in surprise. Jin Yuan nodded, staring at the sky. Evil creatures are divided into 3 levels. The third level is the weakest, and its entire body is purple. Second level is grayish-black, and it has wings. It can fly in the sky. The main attacks we received were second-level evil creatures. Suyu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He thought of the Haoyuan faction master. He was different from the other corpses. His bones had grown scales, indicating that he had mutated. It was most likely not an ordinary evil creature. As for the faction master, he had survived 2 baptisms in the Sea of Fortune. Did this mean that a first-level evil creature was an existence that had experienced 3 baptisms? What is a first-level evil creature? Jin Yuan's face was filled with fear. I have only seen a first-level evil creature once in all these years. It was golden in color, but its form was not an evil creature. It was a human. A golden human? Suyu was shocked once again. A human who had experienced 3 baptisms in the Sea of Fortune, turned into a monster in the middle, and finally returned to being a human? Was that still a human? How strong is it? Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Very strong, even stronger than a peak 5 crown divine warrior. At least our space barrier could not withstand a casual attack from it. Suyu's pupils dilated. The space spell in front of him was at the level of a peak 5 crown divine warrior. If it could destroy it with a casual attack, then its abilities, did it not discover the existence of your island? It discovered it. But it did not attack us. Why? It probably felt disdain. An evil creature of that level no longer cares about eating humans. It would train on its own. If there was no need, it would not come out to eat humans. It would train? If that was the case, then its intelligence was extremely high, far surpassing that of those bloodthirsty purple monsters. As they were speaking, a large black shadow attacked from the depths of the sky. It was a black mass, like a mass of moving black clouds. Jin Yuan said hurriedly, quickly close the spell. It would be dangerous for even one of them to barge in. Suyu looked at the 3 ships that had already escaped far away, then looked at the smoke and dust that had been left behind. This person was not a bad person. At least he was angry for his crew. Suyu could see that he was different from the other 3 heaven rulers. However, he was far away, and the group of black clouds had already enshrouded his head, so he could not rescue him in time. He could only watch as the black clouds swirled and descended, sweeping him away. In an instant, Suyu vaguely saw a mass of golden light flash past the black clouds. Was it an illusion? Suyu muttered to himself. The black clouds had been attracted by the smell of blood, and had no intention of attacking the island. This made Jin Yuan and the others heave a sigh of relief, and they were even more determined to leave the island. Under the leadership of Jin Yuan and the other 5 crown divine warriors, all the living creatures on the island quickly packed up their belongings and moved into their cavern worlds. Chapter 2054. On the other side. The 3 ships escaped to safety. Ju-Ru heaved a sigh of relief with a hint of fear on his face, to think there are flying evil beings. Luckily we didn't encounter them before or we wouldn't have been able to escape. The southern region monster king harumphed coldly, but she didn't dare to say anything despite her arrogance. It was clear that she was quite wary of those flying evil beings. They couldn't fly, but the evil beings could. If they were surrounded by them with just a decaying ship, they would be dead. But Luo Shun was the most relaxed among them. They could use the ship to quickly leave, but Yang Chen wasn't so lucky. She believed that Yang Chen was already in the stomach of the evil beings. She turned to look at the Southern Demon King and Ju-Ru. The only ones who knew the truth were them and their crew. Her eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Since she already attacked Yang Chen, she might as well not leave a single one alive. Both of you, the misfortune has already happened, it's useless to be sad now. It's best if we work together to defend against the flying evil beings. Ju-Ru and the Demon King nodded slightly. They had no other choice. The 3 ships approached each other and were connected by dinghies. Ju-Ru and Luo Shun came to the ship in the middle, the Demon King's ship. The 3 ships were connected as one, so they could more effectively defend against the flying evil beings. What do you 2 have in mind? Luo Shun asked. Within his sleeves, an ancient 5-crown Emperor late-stage offensive talisman slowly floated above his palm, slowly activating. He actually got 2 late-stage 5-crown Emperor-level talismans from the cave. After using one, there was still the last one left. If he could destroy all their ships and people, he would have nothing to worry about. Ju-Ru and the Demon King didn't have their guard up and thought. The Demon King solemnly said, "The flying evil beings have an innate advantage, we should." Before the word "should" could come out, the Demon King's eyes suddenly flashed and a huge demon shadow appeared behind him. Sharp claws pierced towards Luotian's slender body without warning. Luotian was already prepared. She flashed to the side and crushed the talisman in her sleeve, preparing to activate it. But right at this moment, a ray of Buddhist light suddenly enveloped her body, causing her entire body to stiffen, and she couldn't even move a single finger. Making use of this opportunity, the Demon King's phantom clawed at Luotian's slender body. A huge hole immediately appeared on Luotian's body, and divine blood gushed out. Demon subduing pestle. At the same time, Wine and Meat Buddha's angry roar came from the back of his head. A shining golden stick hit his head. There was a muffled sound like a watermelon exploding. Luotian's body could no longer withstand it, and his head exploded. However, she had countless good things on her, so she immediately took out a bottle of flower dew and poured it on her head. His broken head immediately returned to its original shape. She took the opportunity to return to her warship with a tap of her toes. Her pretty face was gloomy as she stared at Wine and Meat Buddha and the Demon King. Only now did she know that the two of them had secretly contacted each other to scheme against her. "How despicable of you." Wine and Meat Buddha had a compassionate expression. "Amitabha, it is indeed good. Benefactor Demon King and I are punishing evil and promoting kindness. We shouldn't have killed." The Demon King was not as polite and said in disdain, "A shameless woman like you dares to talk about being despicable? Do you really think we don't know that the talisman hidden in your sleeve is about to explode?" Luotian's expression was indifferent after revealing her inner thoughts. Her eyes coldly stared at them as she secretly controlled the warship to retreat. She, who only had her soul left, was no match for the two of them. Yarrow Wang and Wine and Meat Buddha's expressions turned cold. Since they had chosen to attack, they definitely wouldn't let this woman escape. They leaped up and were about to jump onto the other party's warship. But at this moment, Luotian's lips curled into a sinister smile. The two's hearts skipped a beat as they felt that something was amiss. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly came from the ship in the middle. An astonishing chill suddenly appeared and froze the entire ship along with the nearby Sea of Fortune. Looking at the place where Luotian stood, there was a mid-stage 5-crown Emperor talisman in her footsteps. So, the late-stage talisman was just to attract attention. Her real killing move was actually this mid-stage talisman. Not good. Wine and Meat Buddha's expressions changed, but it was too late to escape. The entire ship was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Everyone, including them, was frozen within. The two hurriedly resisted and slowly shattered the ice around them. The ice couldn't trap them in the end. But the moment it trapped them was enough. Luotian crushed the late-stage talisman with a twisted smile and threw it at the entire warship. She could kill them all in an instant. Wine and Meat Buddha's and Monster King's expressions were pale. It's over. They fell into Luotian's trap and were destined to die. But at this crucial moment, an afterimage suddenly flashed by. It was one of Luotian's crew members who rushed out and grabbed the talisman that was about to explode. The tyrannical desolation force calmed the talisman down, returning it to its original state. Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King took advantage of this opportunity to break free from the ice. They looked at the talisman in Ouya Huanyun's hand and heaved a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Ouya Huanyun. They were curious why Luotian's own people would choose to betray her. Luotian was also caught off guard. She shouted, "You're courting death." She rushed over to fight for the talisman, trying to snatch it away. But how could Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King give her such a chance? They jumped onto the warship and immediately joined forces to attack her. Luotian had no choice but to defend herself and fight with the two of them. Based on their strength ranking, Luotian was the weakest. But after a while, Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King felt that something was wrong. They couldn't defeat Luotian even though they joined forces. Luotian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you surprised? Actually, my strength surpassed you a long time ago, second only to Yang Chen. In other words, Luotian had deliberately held back some of her strength when she fought Suyu in the arena. This made Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King think that they could suppress Luotian. But the result was the opposite. Soon, the two of them were at a disadvantage and were pushed back by Luotian. Ouya Huanyun's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and activated the late-stage talisman he had obtained. He shouted, Luotian, stop now, or we will die together. Once Luotian killed Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King, it was obvious that Luotian would never forgive him for his betrayal. Since that was the case, he might as well activate the talisman and die together. That way, he could avenge Suyu. Sensing the terrifying fluctuation behind her, Luotian's pretty face became gloomy. She slowly stopped her attack and stopped. She turned her head to look at Ouya Huanyun and said calmly, put down the talisman and we can pretend that nothing happened. Hearing this, Ouya Huanyun didn't believe a word of it. This woman had been trying to confuse people with an indifferent expression. She must be hatching a vicious plan at this moment, right? Don't attack again, or you will die. Ouya Huanyun kept the talisman activated at all times, not daring to let down his guard. Wine and Meat Buddha and Monster King also stood at the stern, not daring to move recklessly. They didn't want to provoke Luotian and cause her to die together with them. The four people on the boat were in a stalemate. Brother Chen, please steer the boat and leave the Sea of Creation as soon as possible, Ouya Huanyun said. Chen Run's heart trembled. He ignored Luotian's threatening look and took over the control of the boat. He knew very well that Luotian wouldn't leave anyone alive. Only by leaving the Sea of Creation and returning to the outside world could they survive. Throughout the entire experience, Luotian was the most dangerous existence. She was more vicious, and more cunning than the evil beings. If Ouya Huanyun hadn't betrayed them at the last moment, she would have been slaughtering them now. The boat returned quickly. Luotian knew that the situation was hopeless. She stared at Ouya Huanyun and asked, why did you betray me? Ouya Huanyun said calmly, I didn't want to betray you. I wanted to kill you. His eyes were filled with a cold light. Suyu saved all of us, but what did you do? You left him on the island and made him a meal for the evil beings. A bitch like you should be hacked into pieces. Ouya Huanyun revealed a secret that no one knew. Everyone was shocked. Wine and Meat Buddha murmured, a genius like Suyu was killed by Luotian? The Monster King sighed and said, I thought about competing with Suyu, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of this vicious woman. Luotian didn't care. Just like that, the three boats returned at full speed. After a month, they finally returned to the shore of the Sea of Creation. They stepped on the ground and returned to the courtyard of the Palace of Creation. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, everyone felt that what they had experienced was like a dream. Congratulations on your successful return, the Tiancan sect master's voice sounded. The Tiancan sect master was standing in the backyard, with four mysterious existences of different ages beside him. The five of them gathered together. In front of them was a giant crystal, which reflected the scenes in the Sea of Creation. In other words, everything they'd done in the Ocean of Fortune had been clearly seen by the five of them. Master. Wine and Meat Buddha saluted a monk who was covered in Buddha's light. As the successor of the sect master, the master that Wine and Meat Buddha mentioned was undoubtedly one of the sect masters from the Ecliptic Palace, the Metria sect master. The Monster King walked to another demon sect master and said, I am useless. The last one was Luotian. She was far faster than the others and came to a middle-aged man in a snow-white robe with white wings on his back. She said respectfully, Master. Her expression was filled with traces of anxiousness. She'd never imagined that everything she'd done had actually been noticed by the five Dao Lords present here. In particular, when Yang Chen's master, the Luxian sect master, looked at her, Luotian felt even more pressure. Don't worry, it's survival of the fittest. Everything you have done is right, the middle-aged man with wings said calmly. He was Luotian's master, the Heavenly Wings sect master. The pressure from his body far surpassed that of the Metria sect master, the Demon sect master, and the Luxian sect master. Only the Tiancan sect master could compete with him. As she spoke, she blocked Luxian sect master's sight with her sleeve and said, "Victory and defeat are common in war. If you take it to heart, your disciples will never have a bright future." The other 3 sect masters were furious after hearing such high-sounding words, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. Her words sounded reasonable, but Luotian's methods were too despicable and ruthless. It was just a fight for the creation token, but she was so ruthless. Chapter 2055. How could his actions be described by a mere phrase? Victory and defeat is a common occurrence in war. What was even funnier was that he told them not to be calculative, or else they would never have a future. If he was almost killed by someone once, how about he say something like this? But their master didn't say anything. As his disciples, they didn't dare to talk back to the sky-winged Pathmaster. "Master, I've caused you trouble," Luotian said. The sky-winged Pathmaster's clothes were white as snow. "It's no trouble, but you need to reflect on your shortcomings and correct them in the future." Why did he say that? Luotian didn't quite understand what he meant. Her performance should have been very much to her master's liking. She had almost killed everyone. It was only because of Uye Huanyun's betrayal that there was a slight deviation. But that shouldn't be a problem, right? The sky-crippled Pathmaster said, "The ecliptic assembly has ended. I will now make a ranking based on the number of creation badges you obtained." Only then did Luotian feel refreshed. Now that Yang Chen was dead, she was the one with the most creation badges among the 4 regions. She deserved first place. "I will only announce the top 10, the sky-crippled Pathmaster said. Only the top 10 had the qualifications to pick the body fruit, and they also had the qualifications to enter the upper hall of the Ecliptic Palace. 10th place, Heaven Wrathsword, 7 creation badges. 9th place, Ju Qilin, 8. 8th place, Feng Liang, 10. 4th place, Wine and Meat Buddha, 15. The prodigies that returned were shocked. Wine and Meat Buddha is only 4th. Impossible. Among them, the number of creation badges he obtained was only second to Luotian and the Beast the Arch. The Beast the Arch was also surprised and snorted. "There's a hidden master among us. I want to see who surpassed Wine and Meat Buddha." The only explanation for such a strange ranking was that someone had obtained a good fortune medallion, but had thought of a way to hide the good fortune medallion so that it didn't appear as a star. The Ecliptic Palace had always been filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There was a high chance of a hidden monstrous prodigy appearing. As soon as the Beast the Arch finished speaking, the Beast the Arch said, "3rd place. Beast the Arch, 17. How is that possible?" The Beast the Arch's expression froze in disbelief. The surrounding prodigies were in an uproar again. "The Demon the Arch is only ranked 3rd. Did you make a mistake? Could it be that the Dark Horse had even suppressed a demon emperor?" Luotian's expression was calm. With the creation token that she had obtained, no matter how strong that Dark Horse was, it could not be stronger than her. 2nd place, Luotian, 20. What? Luotian's face stiffened in shock. That Dark Horse could even suppress her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless Yang Chen came back to life, but the possibility was almost zero. The crowd was in an uproar. How could this be? There's actually an unparalleled prodigy that surpasses the 3 of them in our Ecliptic Palace? It shouldn't be. We'll know very soon who's in first place. Everyone present was filled with unprecedented anticipation. Originally, there was no suspense in the rankings, but at this moment, there was such a huge twist, and it really caused their hearts to itch unbearably. First place, Su. Feather. The crippled Heaven Dao Master's voice spread to every corner of the hall. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Su Yu. Wasn't he already dead? Uye Huanyun had said it himself. Su Yu had been abandoned on the island by Luotian, causing Su Yu to die in the mouth of the evil beings. How could he still participate in the rankings? Luotian was shocked, and she blurted out, "Can a dead person participate in the rankings?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yu's indifferent voice came from not far away. Who did you say was a dead person? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a handsome silver-haired youth walking out of the resting hall of the side hall with his hands behind his back. Who else could it be but Suyu's appearance? Luotian looked as if she had seen a ghost, and her pupils shrank to the size of a needle. She said in horror, "You. How could you still be alive?" Suyu's expression was indifferent. "I've disappointed you." His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of coldness in them. Suyu still remembered the viciousness of this woman. This debt would not be easily forgiven. Luotian immediately hid her shocked expression and forced herself to calm down. Uya Huanyun was stunned for a long time, and then he immediately rushed over with joy. He grabbed Suyu's shoulder and shook it non-stop. "You're not dead. You're not dead." Suyu smiled calmly. "I'm lucky. It's not easy to kill me." Chen Zeruan and the others were full of disbelief. They had clearly seen Suyu being covered by the purple tide of evil beings. How could he be safe and sound? However, the mystery of Suyu's survival was no longer important. What was important was how could he get the first place? Is there a problem with the rankings? No matter how I look at it, it's impossible for Suyu to get the first place. Is there something fishy going on? It's possible. Suyu is from an alien civilization. How could he have such a high cultivation? The only explanation is that he had the help of an expert. The Tiancan Pathmaster is about to pass away, but he doesn't have any apprentices. It's really inexcusable. There must be something fishy going on. Everyone's ranking was accompanied by the number of creation tokens, but Suyu didn't announce anything. Isn't this kind of cover-up too arrogant? Does he still have any respect for the rest of the participants? When did the ecliptic meet degenerate into such an unfair competition? The crowd was furious, and they had already labeled Suyu as a cheater. They could accept it if someone else got the first place. But what about Suyu? How could a heaven ruler from an alien civilization surpass them? Luotian stared at Suyu suspiciously. She also couldn't believe that Suyu could get the first place. It should be known that Suyu was trapped on that island without any ship. It was impossible for him to go to the other islands to search for creation tokens. After pondering for a moment, Luotian cupped her fists and said, "Supreme, why don't you announce the number of creation tokens Suyu has?" The Tiancan Pathmaster was silent. As early as half a month ago, Suyu was the first to return alone and handed over a total of 400 creation tokens. The number was twice as much as the rest of the participants combined, which was really shocking. Therefore, the Pathmasters discussed and decided to hide the number of creation tokens Suyu had obtained for the time being to avoid provoking the rest of the participants. They didn't expect that they would have doubts because of this. The Tiancan Pathmaster looked at Luotian and said calmly, "There are several Pathmasters here, so they won't cheat. You don't have to worry about this. Suyu deserves the first place. There is no doubt about it." However, it was obviously difficult to convince the crowd. Although the wine and meat Buddha and the demon emperor didn't say anything, the expressions on their faces showed deep dissatisfaction. Luotian's face was indifferent. In her heart, she was already sure that the Tiancan Pathmaster was covering up for Suyu. How could she give up the first place that should have belonged to her so easily? "I sincerely ask the Pathmaster to announce the truth and give us an explanation." Her eyes were full of determination. The rest of the participants also showed dissatisfaction. The ecliptic meet must be fair and transparent. Otherwise, who would participate in the ecliptic meet in the future? Openly covering up for a cheater was a scandal that shouldn't appear in the ecliptic meet. Seeing that they were asking for the specific number to be made public, the Tiancan Pathmaster and the other 4 Pathmasters looked at each other and exchanged glances. "All right, since you insist, I'll grant your wish." The Tiancan Pathmaster nodded slowly and said, "The number of creation tokens Suyu obtained is 407. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. "How many? 407? Are you sure it's not 47? You must be mistaken. How could there be so many creation tokens? Yang Chen of the North region only got more than 50. What kind of result is this? Isn't it too exaggerated?" "Humph. As expected, they are covering up for him," Someone laughed angrily. The ecliptic meat doesn't take us seriously at all. How could they compile such a ridiculous number? If it was 47, they could grit their teeth and accept it. However, 407 was more than the total of everyone present. Was it possible? Seeing that their words were getting more and more unbearable, the Tiancan Pathmaster didn't say a word. He took out more than 400 creation tokens and placed them in front of them one by one. However, this didn't appease the indignation in their hearts. What does this mean? If the ecliptic palace is determined to be biased, is it difficult to get some creation tokens themselves? The ecliptic meat is no longer worthy of its name. When I return to my civilization, I will definitely instruct the people of my civilization not to participate in the ecliptic meat again. After working hard for 100 years, it can't even compare to a cheetah. Hearing this, the Tiancan Pathmaster's eyes finally turned cold. An invisible aura was released, and the disciples present were suddenly oppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. They found it difficult to breathe, and their expressions changed drastically. They shut their mouths one after another. Only then did they remember that the person in front of them was a Pathmaster. The dignity of the ecliptic palace can't be insulted. Slandering the ecliptic palace without any evidence can be severely punished by the law. His cold gaze swept across everyone present. There was no lack of contempt and disdain in his eyes. They judged others by their own standards when they couldn't do it. They felt that others couldn't do it as well and speculated whether the other party was cheating or not. Even if the evidence was right in front of them, they wouldn't believe it. What future could such a person have in the future? There was a reason why he didn't choose the Pathmaster's successor. It was because no one from the ecliptic palace could catch his eye. It was the same even for the 4 prodigies. Thus, he would rather have nothing than have someone inferior. Until now, he still didn't have a successor. His stern words shocked everyone present, and they didn't dare to speak another word of nonsense. All of them kept quiet out of fear. However, the thoughts in their hearts could be seen from their eyes that were filled with anger. I know that all of you aren't convinced and don't believe it. When we pick the body fruit later, the truth will be clear. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. It wouldn't be easy to pick the body fruit in the end. The number of body fruits produced varied every time. It would be fine if there were more than 10 fruits, but if there were less than 10, they would have to compete with each other. During the fight, Su Yu's abilities could be seen clearly. If he wanted to get so many creation tokens, he couldn't be weak, could he? Thinking of this, many people cast malicious looks at him, including the Demon Emperor and the Buddha of Wine and Meat. Chapter 2056. Hearing this, the Demon God and the Wine and Meat Buddha gloated. Luotian's true strength was actually stronger than theirs combined. Last time, Su Yu could barely fight Luotian to a draw because Luotian had to hide her strength. Now, when it was time to fight for the body fruit, would Luotian still hold back? After cleaning up the creation orders, the 3 of them moved to a deserted hall in the ecliptic palace. The words Body Palace were engraved on the hall. Obviously, this was the former residence of a fallen Pathmaster. Outside the hall, a towering tree full of pink flowers stood tall. On the tree, 7 golden, childlike fruits were hidden under the leaves. The fruits were only the size of a palm, and they were vivid and lifelike, like living creatures. They were the body fruit, and there were only 7 of them. It seems that the body fruit didn't bear many fruits this time. Some of the participants had a meaningful look in their eyes. There had been cases where the body fruit only bore 5 fruits, so 7 was not too few. However, this time, the fight for the body fruit would be very interesting. Because some people who had cheated to get to this stage would have to show their true colors. The top 10, step forward. Su Yu and the other 10 people immediately came to the front of the courtyard. They were only 10,000 feet away from the body tree. For strong people like them, they could teleport there in the blink of an eye. Everyone, take your positions. The power of desolation boiled in the 10 people's bodies. Su Yu also took it seriously. What was the purpose of him participating in the ecliptic assembly? Wasn't it to get the body fruit? Now that the body fruit was right in front of him, he could not afford to miss it. Normally, with his strength, he would have a great chance of getting one of the 7 fruits. But now, everyone regarded him as an enemy, and the process of fighting for the fruit would inevitably be blocked. The fight would only last for a moment, and he could not afford to be hindered. Therefore, he had to use some tricks. Start. The Tiancan Path Master shouted. Luo Shen, the demon god, and the wine and meat Buddha were the fastest. As soon as the word start came out, they had already reached the body tree and raised their hands to grab the body fruit. Several competitors formed a formation in front of Suyu, disturbing the space with their powerful desolation power, so that Suyu could not teleport. However, the scene of Suyu being exasperated did not happen as they had imagined. Suyu, on the other hand, was standing motionless on the spot, which puzzled them for a moment. Then, they suddenly understood. Hehe, looks like he's still a little smart. He knows that if he makes a move, he'll definitely expose his background, so he might as well not participate in the fight. You're really looking down on me. The facts are clear. There's nothing more to say. However, at this moment, the 7 body fruits on the body tree suddenly glowed with a faint red light. With a whoosh, it disappeared into thin air. Luo Shen, the monster monarch, and the wine meat Buddha were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Spatial divine art. What was incomprehensible was that the 3 of them were so powerful that even the power of space was in chaos in the vicinity. In theory, spatial magic was ineffective. The others caught up and looked at the empty body tree. They were all at a loss and looked at each other. Who is it? Who took the fruit? As the crowd looked around, they suddenly noticed that Suyu was calmly stuffing the 7 fruits into his space storage device. It's you. Everyone was shocked. The eyes of the 5 Pathmasters who were watching from the side lit up. Under the situation where the power of space was in chaos, he was still able to use spatial divine art. Yes, it was a perfect spatial divine art. Incredible. The Tiancan Pathmaster's eyes shone brightly. He thought he was proficient in spatial divine arts, but in the current situation, he couldn't control the power of space as precisely as Suyu. Could it be that his attainments in space are higher than mine? The Tiancan Pathmaster's mind flashed with this absurd thought. Luo Shen's pretty face changed dramatically. Seeing that Suyu had stuffed all the body fruits into the space storage device, she exclaimed, "Stop." Suyu turned a deaf ear to her and stuffed all the body fruits into the storage device. Then, he raised his eyes calmly and asked, "What can I do for you?" Luo Shen's eyes were cold, and she reprimanded him, "Don't you think it's too much for you to take all the body fruits by yourself?" She stood on the moral high ground and challenged Suyu. Suyu's face was calm as he said, "It's normal for you to kill a ship full of people. Now, I just took a few fruits. How is it too much?" The Heavenly Wings Pathmaster, who was standing aside, looked calm and said nothing. However, his eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Suyu. Was he being sarcastic? How dare he? Luo Shen said angrily, "Don't try to change the topic. The body fruits we are talking about have nothing to do with anything else. You are so selfish. Do you want to kill yourself in the Yellow Path Palace?" Her words were ridiculous. It was as if they weren't the ones who had stopped Suyu from taking the body fruits. I remember that the rule of getting the body fruits is to compete for it based on one's ability. How did you get them? Why are you being called selfish? Suyu looked at Luo Shen coldly. Instead of saying I am selfish, you are too incompetent. You can't even protect the body fruits that are right in front of you. Suyu didn't like Luo Shen at all. In fact, he hated her very much. Luo Shen's pretty face was ice cold. She said calmly, "Demon God, Juru Buddha, what do you think?" Juru Buddha chanted, Amitabha. In the past, the Buddha cut off his flesh to feed the eagles. He was so compassionate and compassionate. Benefactor Su, it is inappropriate for you to monopolize it. Why don't you learn from the Buddha and be magnanimous? Upon hearing that, Suyu smiled without saying anything. How can a lecherous monk who eats wine and eats meat talk about Buddhism? Suyu shook his head. Juru Buddha considered himself a Buddha, but he didn't have any Buddhist qualities. The demon god's eyes were cold. He snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Getting the body fruits isn't a big deal. Keeping it is a real skill. When he finished speaking, he took the lead and attacked Suyu first. A huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. Combined with the demon god's powerful physique, he charged at Suyu. Physique. Suyu smiled calmly. His body suddenly grew 30 feet tall, and he transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. He pushed the nirvana of the evil dragon to the extreme. He was much stronger than when he fought Luotian previously. With a sweep of his dragon tail, it turned into a black light and swept through the fan-shaped area within 1,000 feet. POW. With a muffled sound, the demon god, who was famous for his physique, was swept away by the tail. He crashed into the wall of the body palace with a dull thud. This scene made the faces of several heaven rulers, who were ranked at the bottom, change drastically. They all gasped. Suyu was holding back his strength. Juru Buddha's face turned grave. He put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha. Benefactor Su's murderous aura is so strong. I will chant a Buddhist scripture to purify you. When he finished speaking, he opened his mouth to instigate the Buddhist scripture. As the obscure Buddhist scripture entered his ears, it made him feel dizzy and dizzy. This was the power of the Buddhist path, which was extremely harmful to one's mental strength. Suyu's expression was calm. He clenched his fist, and a shining golden sarira hovered in his palm. The incomparably terrifying Buddhist light instantly illuminated the entire body hall, making it shine with a golden brilliance. Compared to the Buddhist light of the sarira, the Buddhist light of Juru Buddha was like the light of a firefly. The Buddhist scriptures that he chanted were like clay oxen entering the sea, they were completely useless. Juru Buddha's face changed dramatically. He said in horror, This is, the Pathmaster's Buddhist sarira. The Maitreya sect master, who was watching from the side, was deeply surprised. A junior had obtained the Pathmaster's Buddhist sarira. Under the influence of the Buddhist sarira, Juru Buddha's Buddhist cultivation was equivalent to being destroyed. Suyu swept his foot across, and Juru Buddha spat out divine blood on the spot. Suyu's eyes were calm. Unfortunately, you still can't purify my murderous aura. Whoosh. All of a sudden, a sinister sword chi attacked from behind. Suyu seemed to have eyes on his back. Without looking back, he drew out the Azura sword and waved the nameless style. The magnificent sword energy swept in all directions, forcing the heaven rulers to retreat thousands of feet away. They did not dare to approach. He stood in place, but the owner of the sword energy retreated a few steps. Suyu slowly turned around and looked at Luo Shen, who was retreating. He said lightly, Why am I not surprised at all that you would sneak up on me? This woman's nature was really hard to change. Luo Shen was shocked. Compared to that day, the power of Suyu's sword had obviously improved. She said in surprise, Your cultivation has improved. The sword technique itself had not changed, but its power had increased sharply. The only explanation was that Suyu's cultivation had improved greatly. Suyu did not speak, and he glanced at the three of them indifferently. Based on strength, you can't snatch the body fruit, Suyu said calmly. At this moment, the heaven rulers' hearts were filled with bitterness. Suyu was really an existence that surpassed them. Among the 4 heaven rulers, 3 were defeated by him. Humph. It's not over yet. Luo Shen snorted coldly. She exchanged a look with Juru Buddha and the Demon Emperor, and the 3 of them attacked Suyu at the same time. Seeing this, the heaven rulers retreated again, their faces ugly. This is an unfair victory. Even if we defeat Suyu together, it will be the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace ganging up to bully the foreign heaven rulers. Chen Runs shook his head helplessly. In his opinion, if the 3 of them joined forces, Suyu had no chance of winning. It's better than continuing, isn't it? As long as we end the fight for the body fruit, the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace will be less humiliated. Chen Runs sighed deeply. Sigh, this kind of besieging is done by the top heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace. It's an unfair victory, an unfair victory. As he sighed, Luo Shen and the other 2 heaven rulers attacked with all their might. They each sacrificed their own rule and attacked Suyu together. What was rather shocking was that their rule was a very high-level level 7 rule. Each of the rule contained an earth-shattering power. The 3 rule appeared together, and the shadows of hundreds of rule chains vaguely appeared in the sky, flashing and disappearing. The strength of their rule actually drew out the shadows of the other rule chains. Hiss. 3 level 7 rule chains. This is going to kill someone. Yang Chen of the North region will definitely die. Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. The body fruit was already in his hands, so there was no need to hide his strength. He did not hide or evade. He was going to fight 1 against 3. He was going to fight against the 3 most outstanding heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace alone. Chapter 2057. Creak. He pointed a single finger, and a wine-red rule chain wrapped around his body. As soon as the chain appeared, it immediately caused a wave of shock. Normally, the rule chain was black. How could there be a wine-red chain? Then, a shocking scene flashed across the Ecliptic Palace. In the boundless world, the shadows of the rule chain suddenly appeared. There were tens of thousands of them, covering the sky and covering the sun. Looking up, one could only see all kinds of rule chain that made one's scalp numb. The faces of the 5 Pathmasters changed. This is the appearance of the supreme law, the appearance of all laws. The 5 Pathmasters' pupils shrank as they stared at Su Yu in horror. The Tiancan Pathmaster was even more shocked. It's the supreme law of space. It was no wonder that Su Yu could display such an exquisite space divine technique so easily. Even he was inferior to him. In front of the supreme law, what were the level 7 laws? The red chain appeared in a flash, like red lightning, drawing a large wine-red glow in the sky. The rule chain of Luotian, the Demon Emperor, and the Buddha of Wine and Meat were all swept away by the red light. Puff! The 3 of them were crushed to the ground by the wine-red light and were unable to move. With just one move, the 3 great heaven rulers were shocked. What kind of strength was this? Chen Run's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not speak. The 3 great heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace were besieged by a heaven ruler from an outer civilization. From now on, how could the Ecliptic Palace's heaven rulers have the face to look down on the heaven rulers of the outer civilization? Su Yu calmly looked at the 3 heaven rulers who were suppressed to the ground by the chain and could not even move a finger. He said, "The result will be the same even if you join forces. Or the other 6 of you can come at me together." He glanced at the other 6 heaven rulers who were ranked in the top 10 of the Ecliptic Palace. No one dared to look him in the eye, and they all looked away. Under his absolute strength, they did not even have the heart to fight. Chen Runz clenched his fists, feeling ridiculous. As the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace, they did not even have the courage to resist. What a disgrace! Su Yu was all by himself, yet he was able to overwhelm the heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Sanctum with just his gaze. They were so intimidated that they did not dare move. The people of the Ecliptic Path Temple felt ashamed. Even the masters of the 3 heavens' favorites felt ashamed. The Heavenly Wings Downlord said indifferently, "The fight for body ends here. Release him." There was a hint of reprimand in his tone. Su Yu glanced at him placidly. What a sanctimonious Heavenly Wings Daoist master. When his disciple went on a killing spree, he casually brushed it off by saying that victory and defeat are common in military affairs. He had only suppressed his disciple to the point where he couldn't move, but he was already unhappy. What a double standard. He retracted his chains and released the 3 of them. The Demon Emperor and Juru Buddha were in awe, and they no longer dared to look at Su Yu with the slightest bit of arrogance. If it had been a life-and-death battle just now, Su Yu would have probably killed them like dogs. Only Luotian's face was filled with deep hatred. Not only had the first place of the ecliptic meeting been snatched away, but the body fruit, which could directly improve one's cultivation, had also been monopolized by Su Yu. She was now at the peak of the late stage of the 4-crown emperor, only a step away from breaking through to the 5-crown emperor. Her original plan was to obtain the body fruit during this ecliptic meeting and directly advance to the 5-crown emperor. Then, she would go to other places to take up important positions and gradually become a core high-level member of the Ecliptic Path Temple. Now, all her plans had been interrupted. The resentment in her heart was boiling. Let's go. The Heavenly Wings Downlord was expressionless as he left the body palace with Luotian. But before leaving, when passing by Uya Huanyun, Luotian suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "My talisman is in your hands, right?" It was because Uye Huanyun had betrayed her at the last minute and seized the attack talisman of the Five-Crown Emperor that she hadn't been able to kill everyone. Luotian would remember this in her heart. Uye Huanyun looked at the Heavenly Wings Downlord with fear and took out the talisman and returned it to her. But Luotian didn't take it. Instead, she said meaningfully, "You stole my thing, and that's it. Within 3 days, you will offer a humble apology and send it to my mansion." When she finished speaking, she turned to catch up with the Heavenly Will Downlord and strolled away. The moment she turned around, the corners of her mouth curled into a deep, cold light. The Metria Downlord, the Demon Clan Downlord, and the Luxian Downlord didn't leave. They seemed to be casually staying where they were. The Tiancan Downlord smiled helplessly and waved his hand. "The ecliptic great meet is over. The heaven rulers of all regions are dismissed. The corresponding rewards and rankings will be conveyed to you later." Chen runs and the others left one after another. Su Yu was ready to follow them. The body fruit was in his hands. It was time to leave the Ecliptic Palace and go to the Demon Clan to fulfill the promise of the nine-tailed white fox. "My little friend, please wait." Suddenly, the Luxian Downlord waved his sleeves and stopped Su Yu. Su Yu said calmly, "What advice do you have for me?" "The few of us have some things to discuss with you alone," the Luxian Downlord said meaningfully. The few heaven rulers who were about to leave stopped at the same time and couldn't help but look back with jealousy and envy. Su Yu had defeated the demonic heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace. The Pathmasters were probably very tempted and wanted to take him in. They were jealous, but they couldn't. They left with complicated feelings. When they had completely left, the Luxian Downlord was the first to speak. He sighed and said, "I have just lost a disciple, and there is a vacant disciple position. Are you willing to come to my Luxian Palace to develop?" Yang Chen of the North region was the Luxian Daelord's disciple. The Luxian Daelord's strength was beyond doubt since he was able to nurture the number 1 heaven ruler of the 4 regions. The Metria Downlord laughed while stroking his belly. "Old Ghost Luxian, you should be able to see that this lad has the Pathmaster's Buddha's Sarira and is a fated person of the Buddhist faction. Isn't it inexcusable to steal a Buddhist disciple like this? Haha, both of you, I don't quite understand what you are arguing about. This lad has the bloodline of the demon dragon. He will only have a real future under the grooming of the demon clan. Don't you too mislead him," the demon clan master said. Upon hearing that, the Luxian Downlord and the Metria Downlord each insisted on their own opinions and fought to take Su Yu in. The Tiancan Downlord looked at Su Yu and said, "My little friend, what do you think? If you become the disciple of the 3 Downlords, your right to enter the upper palace will be taken away. In order to prevent the Downlords from using the influence of their disciples to control the upper palace of the Ecliptic Palace, a rule was set up. All the disciples of the Downlords were not allowed to enter the upper palace. People like the Luotian, the Demon Emperor, and the Wine and Meat Buddha were prepared to break off their master-disciple relationship with their masters. If Su Yu agreed to become their disciple at this moment, he would not have the chance to enter the upper palace. My little friend, compared to entering the upper palace, you will get more benefits under my command, the Luxian Downlord said confidently. If a Downlord was willing to train a disciple with all his strength, the disciple's future would be extraordinarily bright. The Metria Downlord and the Demon Clan Master said the same. They were more than happy to train a being who had comprehended the supreme law, and they would even hand over their Daelord's true teachings to him. Chapter 2058. There had always been a rumor in the Great Beginning Realm that anyone who grasped a supreme profound would become a Downlord. His future was limitless. If they could recruit Su Yu as their subordinates, he would become a Pathmaster sooner or later. At that time, as their teacher, he would receive endless benefits. Su Yu was silent for a while. He had expected the outcome when he displayed the law of space. "I'm indebted to all of you elders for your kindness. I was lucky enough to comprehend the space law, so I'm not qualified to become the Supreme Being's disciple. Please forgive me for not tarnishing the Supreme Being's reputation," Su Yu said. He understood very well that becoming a Supreme Being's disciple would bind him to the Ecliptic Palace. His footsteps would never stop here. Having been rejected by Su Yu, the thoughts of the three Pathmasters changed. A tinge of disappointment appeared in Luxian Dao Master's eyes. You must have foresight in everything you do. Even though you are only in the limelight for a short period of time by holding a post in the upper palace, you will only have the opportunity to pry into the great ways of the universe and step into the ranks of Dao Masters if you train under me. The Maitreya Buddha and the Pathmaster of the demon clan quietly observed Su Yu's expression. However, Su Yu did not think for long. He said, I will say the same thing. I cannot drag down the honor of a supreme martial artist. Having said that, as Dao Lords, they had their own pride and dignity. Su Yu had rejected them twice, so they naturally would not put down their pride. Sigh. Dao Master Luxian sighed in disappointment and did not speak further. His face was filled with contempt. He had the profound meaning of the supreme laws, but he had no foresight at all. He had given up on a bright future just for the sake of a small profit. Such a stupid person was not worthy of his full effort in nurturing. The Maitreya Pathmaster and the Demon Clan's Pathmaster were also silent for a moment. They were extremely disappointed when they realized that Su Yu's temperament was flawed. Think about it again. The crippled Heaven Dao Master smiled faintly. Becoming a Dao Master's disciple is the dream of many paragons. By rejecting them, you're actually rejecting the possibility of becoming a Dao Master. Since ancient times until now, Dao Lords have always been of the same lineage. Before a Dao Lord perishes, only by inheriting his legacy can the next Dao Lord be born. Besides that, practically no one can become a Dao Lord on their own. There were millions of great Daos in the world, and each Dao could only accommodate one Dao Master. In order to become a Dao Lord of a certain Dao, the only way was for the previous Dao Lord to die. Su Yu rejected them. It was impossible for him to become the Pathmaster alone. It doesn't matter, Su Yu said calmly. Dao Master Luxian's expression was calm, and he no longer had the intention to recruit him. Such a short-sighted junior was not worthy of becoming their successor. The crippled Heaven Dao Master nodded. All right. In that case, as the champion of the Ecliptic meeting, you have the right to head to the number 1 half-path civilization in the Ecliptic Palace, the Limitless Civilization. Congratulations, perhaps this was the answer that Su Yu wanted. However, it had to be said that he focused too much on immediate benefits and lacked foresight. However, Su Yu said, I'm sorry, but I'm too weak to take on such an important position. The Dao Lords were surprised. If he rejected them, he would also reject the position. What did he want? The sky-crippling Dao Lord couldn't help but be curious. Then, do you want to stay in the Ecliptic Dao Palace and develop? In the past, there were similar bitter cultivators. After successfully fighting their way into the top 10 of the Ecliptic Assembly, they weren't willing to go out to work, so they stayed in the Ecliptic Hall and enjoyed the offerings from the upper hall, cultivating in peace. Could this be Su Yu's plan? However, this kind of plan was even more hopeless than the first two. My apologies, this junior is also unwilling to stay in the Ecliptic Palace. Hearing this, the four of them were shocked. He didn't even want to join the Ecliptic Palace? Then why did he participate in the Ecliptic Assembly? Can you tell us your purpose for participating in the Ecliptic Assembly? The sky-crippling Dao Lord said. Just say it, we won't blame you for it. He was very curious. What did this youth want? After muttering to himself for a moment, Su Yu said, to be honest, I participated in the Ecliptic Assembly for the body fruit. I have no intention of joining the Ecliptic Dao Palace. Now that the body fruit was in his hands, he naturally wouldn't stay in the Ecliptic Dao Palace. The Dao Lords were slightly startled. Compared to the body fruit, wouldn't joining the Ecliptic Dao Palace be a greater gain? Was Su Yu buying the casket and returning the pearls? However, Su Yu continued, my path isn't in the Ecliptic Dao Palace, but lies in a more distant civilization. If I stop here, my life will forever remain in the Ecliptic Dao Palace, and I won't be able to advance any further. Hearing this, the Dao Lords couldn't help but size Su Yu up. What great ambitions! No wonder he had such earth-shattering strength. The firmness of his mind was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Little friend Su, perhaps you have underestimated the Ecliptic Dao Palace. In the vast nothingness, The ecliptic Tao Palace is the most prosperous and prosperous place. If you give up this place, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven to find another place that can accommodate you. The Luxian Tao Master's attitude changed as he advised Su Yu. Su Yu shook his head lightly and said, "The ancients say that a place is a prison. If I regard the ecliptic Tao Palace as the place where I will struggle for the rest of my life, it will be no different from looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. It will be difficult for me to achieve anything in my life." Upon hearing this, the Tao Lords looked at each other and smiled. Their smiles were filled with deep approval and complicated emotions. The Tiancan Tao Master sighed with emotion. "Once upon a time, when we were youths, we were hot-blooded geniuses who yearned for the future. It was only after we became Tao Lords that we understood how cruel the truth of the world is." His words were filled with deep meaning. As Tao Lords, why were they willing to gather in the ecliptic Tao Palace? They were invincible overlords anywhere they went, but in the ecliptic Tao Palace, they were ordinary Tao Lords. There was no reason for them to gather here. "However, I support you," the Tiancan Tao Master said. "So, I will give you a mission." Su Yu frowned slightly. He should have made it clear that he didn't want to join the ecliptic Tao Palace. "Please hear me out. This isn't a mission from the ecliptic Tao Palace, but a personal mission from me. You can accept it or reject it." Su Yu thought about it and didn't reject it immediately. He said, "Senior, please speak." The Tiancan Tao Master nodded slowly and said, "My lifespan is less than 100 years. I will soon pass away and disappear from this world." The Luxian Tao Master and the other two Tao Lords looked sorrowful. The appearance of a chess piece in a dream meant that the Tao Lord would die. Old friends of many years were about to leave them. "Before I pass away, I would like to answer a question for me and my old friends." The Tiancan Tao Master's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Upon hearing this, the Luxian Tao Master said in shock, "Tiancan, you can't." The Metria Tao Master and the Demon Clan Tao Lords understood what was going on and hurriedly stopped him. However, the Tiancan Tao Master waved his hand and laughed softly. "Death is like a fallen leaf returning to its roots for me. It's just a cycle of fate. You don't have to worry about it. Instead of passing away, I would rather use my broken body to solve the doubts that have been bothering my old friends for many years before I die." Su Yu listened attentively and didn't interrupt him. "I hope you can take a trip to the demon dimension on my behalf," the Tiancan Tao Master said. "The demon dimension?" Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly, but he said calmly, "Senior, please continue." Chapter 2059. This doubt was the common mystery of all the Pathmasters of the Ecliptic Palace, and it was like a fishbone stuck in their throats. For many years, no one had been able to solve it. Only the indestructible ancestor demon of the demon realm, who was rumored to be born with the creation of the world, might know. It was rumored that he had lived from the creation of the world to the present, immortal and indestructible. He knew the past and the future 100 million years, and there was nothing he did not know about the cause and effect of the world. However, there was a price for answering people's questions, and he would ask for the most precious things from the questioner. Some were lifelong cultivation, some were lives, some were loved ones, and some were good memories. As a Pathmaster, the most precious thing for them was naturally the legacy of their lifetime. The Tiancan Pathmaster had never accepted a disciple in his life. Perhaps a long time ago, he had the idea of sacrificing his legacy to seek the truth. Su Yu didn't know much about the demon realm, and he didn't know that the Tiancan Pathmaster planned to sacrifice his legacy as the price. However, if it was just to bring something and replace the questioning, there was no problem. Su Yu's eyes flashed slightly, and he asked, "I wonder why you gave this task to me. The Ecliptic Palace is full of talents, and there are countless experts. Why did you choose me? He was just the strongest heaven ruler of this year. What about the previous years? What about the last 2 years? What about the last 3 years? Among them, there was no lack of peak-level existences with 5 crowns. It was unreasonable to give such an important task to Su Yu." The Tiancan Pathmaster smiled slightly. "Do you remember when you first entered the Ecliptic Palace, the test that required you to stay in the Mingxian residence?" Su Yu was surprised. Was that arranged by the supreme martial artist? He had wondered if it was really a test. Since then, there had been no reward or punishment. It was indeed arranged by the supreme martial artist. The Tiancan Path Master looked at him with admiration. Looking around, only 2 people realized that it was a test and came up with a solution. One of them was Yang Chen of the North region, and the other was you. What I was testing was your ability to adapt. At the beginning, everyone entered the city at the same time, and they were all unfamiliar with the place. The fact that Su Yu could be the first to realize the existence of the test and boldly set up his own clear-mind residence showed that he had a strong ability to adapt. Even in such an unfamiliar environment, he could still calmly and correctly deal with seemingly vague matters. To tell you the truth, I initially had my eyes on Yang Chen of the North region. However, I unexpectedly realized that you are more suitable than Yang Chen. The heaven-crippling Tao Master admired him deeply. Your performance in the Sea of Creation is truly shocking. They had witnessed everything that happened in the Sea of Fortune from the entire city. He was well aware of Su Yu's performance. Not only was he strong, but he was also full of schemes. What was even rarer was that he had an excellent character. In times of crisis, he was able to save his companions from evil beings. He could also lend a helping hand, helping the island creatures that he met by chance, bringing them away from that place. Perhaps it would be more suitable for him to pass the task to Su Yu. Su Yu nodded slowly. I see. The ecliptic meeting was a huge test from the start. If you can complete the task this time, I will give you something. The Tiancan Tao Master naturally wouldn't let Su Yu work for nothing. He took out 3 white leaves. Each leaf was missing a corner, giving off a very strange feeling. They weren't talismans, nor were they magical treasures. Su Yu didn't know what they were. However, when the Luxian Tao Master and the others saw them, they were shocked and said, Tiancan, you have really. The Tiancan Tao Master nodded slowly and looked at Su Yu with a smile. These are things that I have plucked from my own path. There are 3 pieces in total. When each piece is crushed, it can release an all-out attack that can obliterate all enemies. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's heart palpitated with excitement. A divine object that could release an attack from a Tao Master? The Tiancan Tao Master was an older generation Tao Master in the Ecliptic Palace. His strength was unfathomable, and he was above most Tao Masters. With this object to protect himself, wouldn't he be too afraid of encountering Tao Masters? However, all 3 leaves are sealed by my thoughts. Unless you complete the task, my thoughts won't disappear. The Tiancan Tao Master gave the leaves to Su Yu. Now, the leaves were equivalent to useless objects. Only when Su Yu completed the task would his amazing strength be released. Su Yu put it away carefully. He subconsciously wanted to keep it in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, but after thinking for a moment, he stuffed it into the space cavern on his wrist. The 9-tailed white fox gave Su Yu an unfathomable feeling. It was better not to put such an important object in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, which was under her control. I will definitely complete the task. Please tell me the details of the indestructible ancestral demon. The Tiancan Tao Master nodded, took out a wisp of memory, and touched it between Su Yu's eyebrows. Suddenly, all the relevant information appeared in Su Yu's mind. Going to the demon dimension isn't something that can be done in a day. Ordinary inter-civilization transportation portals can't reach there. You need to use the Rahu Heavenly Eye to reach there. According to my observation, the most recent Rahu Heavenly Eye will appear in 5 years, so you have 5 years to prepare. 5 years was enough. After a pause, the Tiancan Tao Master waved his palm. 2 young strong men, a man and a woman, appeared in front of Su Yu. Their cultivation was extremely powerful, and they were both at the peak of the 5 crown martial emperors. These are my 2 registered disciples, Plain Clothes and Plain Brocade. The Tiancan Tao Master said, both of you will protect Mr. Su from today onwards. You must ensure his safety. Yes, Master. Plain Clothes and Plain Brocade bowed in response. At the same time, they cupped their fists at Su Yu. Greetings, Mr. Su. Su Yu's face was calm. All right, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you then. He had the personal protection of the Hunter King and many other hunters, so he naturally didn't have much feelings for their protection. Plain clothes and plain brocade looked at each other, slightly dissatisfied. This kid, if not for their master's sake, who would be willing to protect him? He actually had a clear conscience on his face. In their imagination, Suyu should be overwhelmed by the favor, or at least he should be in awe. But his performance really didn't satisfy the two of them. Then I will take my leave for now. Suyu cupped his fists and returned to the Mingxian residence that he had built himself in the city. Yu Huanyun, Shi Jun, and Liu Ruxian were all there. They were sitting around a table, chatting with each other. The one who performed the best among us should be Brother Ye. He has successfully entered the top 50 of the ecliptic meet. An invitation letter from the Middle Palace will arrive soon, right? Liu Ruxian said with jealousy and envy. Shi Jun's face was full of envy as well. He sighed. With such a ranking, Brother Ye will at least get the position of the person in charge of a half-path civilization sub-palace. He will really achieve meteoric success in the future. After the ecliptic meet, the small gap between them had widened 100-fold. In the future, they would be people of two different worlds. Liu Ruxian and Shi Jun's performances weren't very satisfactory, so they could only enter the lower palace. Perhaps to ordinary people, this was already very enviable, but compared to Yu Huanyun, it was nothing. Unexpectedly, Yu Huanyun had a bitter smile on his face. Are the two of you mocking me? Suyu is like a pearl in front of me. Aren't you trying to embarrass me by flattering me like this? Chapter 2060. They had come together, but in the end, Suyu became the champion of the Ecliptic Palace meeting. He crushed all the other heaven rulers of the Ecliptic Palace meeting, and his name spread throughout the Ecliptic Palace Civilization faculty. In front of Suyu, their measly achievements were not worthy of mentioning at all. It's laughable that I thought he was inferior to me. So, Liu Ruxian smiled bitterly. To be able to point out her shortcomings and help her correct them, how could he be an ordinary person? Recalling how she had repeatedly underestimated Suyu's abilities, Liu Ruxian's pretty face turned slightly red and hot. Shi Jun's face reddened in shame. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's unbearable to recall the past. Not only had he underestimated Suyu, but he had also fought him face to face. The result, cough, was miserable. Liu Ruxian sighed and said, "Sigh, now that he's a member of the upper palace, he's already an unreachable existence for us. It'll be difficult to even see him in the future." She regretted not being able to build a deeper relationship with Suyu. "Hey, what's so difficult about wanting to see me?" Suyu pushed open the door and entered. Liu Ruxian was startled, then she cautiously stood up and cupped her hands. "Greetings, fellow Daoist Su." Yu Huanyun and Shi Jun immediately stood up to greet them, and their expressions revealed traces of nervousness. Suyu's current status was extraordinary, and he gave them a lot of pressure. "Hehe, we're all friends, so there's no need to be so courteous. Take a seat." Suyu waved his hand and gestured for them to sit down. The three of them sat down and chatted for a while. Only then did they regain the feeling of the past and felt much more relaxed. "Young Master Su, you're going to the demon realm?" Liu Ruxian found it unbelievable. He gave up his good future in the Ecliptic Palace and went to the demon race alone? Only Yu Huanyun understood Suyu's thoughts. He sighed and said, "Brother Su, you have great ambitions. I really admire you." Yu Huanyun paused for a moment before he focused his gaze and said, "However, isn't Brother Su's decision a little too rash? The demon realm is a very dangerous place. Not to mention that there are many extremely dangerous places that are listed as forbidden areas. The people of the demon clan are also fierce and aggressive. They will kill at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, the demon clan is very repulsive towards outsiders. It is very difficult for non-demon creatures to advance in the demon realm." Suyu understood this from the Tiankan Dao master's memories. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing." After Suyu mulled it over for a moment, he took out 3 body fruits and gave one to each of them. "What? Body fruit?" The 3 of them turned pale with fright. This was an item that only the top 10 heavens prides of the Ecliptic Palace could obtain. If it was used at the peak of a 4-crown emperor, then they would be able to break through to a 5-crown emperor without any suspense. It was a wondrous item that could only be discovered by luck and not sought after. Suyu had actually given them 3 pills. As a matter of fact, the body fruit didn't amount to much for Suyu. As long as he left some seeds behind, he would be able to plant thousands upon thousands of them in the future. Just take it. The body fruit can only be used once in a person's life, so it's useless to keep it, Suyu said calmly. Ouya Huanyun struggled fiercely. In the end, he got up and bowed deeply. Huanyun will never forget Brother Su's great kindness. A single body fruit was a great fortune, and it would have an immeasurable impact on one's future. Liu Ruxian and Shijun. They were extremely grateful. Suyu laughed. You don't have to thank me. In the future, if you have the opportunity to hold a post in a different civilization and come across an organization called the Cauldron, I will be eternally grateful if you can lend me a hand. Cauldron? Ouya Huanyun memorized the name of the organization. He didn't ask about Suyu's relationship with it in detail. Brother Su, don't worry. I won't be the only one. I will mobilize all the friends I know to take care of the Cauldron. Apart from anything else, the heavenly secret civilization, where his family was from, would be able to help the Cauldron from then on. Suyu believed that Ouya Huanyun's family would also find a way to help the Cauldron repay the debt of gratitude after receiving a body fruit. In that case, Suyu was relieved. The 3 body fruits were well worth it. In the end, Suyu looked at Ouya Huanyun and asked thoughtfully, "What do you plan to do?" Ouya Huanyun's joyful heart immediately fell to the freezing point. There was another matter that troubled him deeply. The Luo deity ordered him to return the talisman to him within 3 days. She ordered him to apologize and apologize. Based on Goddess Luo's character, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. I have no choice but to go. Ouya Huanyun clenched his teeth, feeling very helpless. The Cauldron was backed by the Heavenly Wings Daoist Master. What could a nobody from an extraterrestrial civilization like him do? Suyu pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Be careful. The 3 of them talked for a while, then went back to rest. Suyu returned to the secret chamber and took out a cavern world. With a thought, he released Jin Yuan and the other 2 5-crown divine warriors. The incomparably rich divine energy made Jin Yuan look ecstatic. Is this the divine realm? Suyu smiled faintly. You can say that. These are all the people of your island. Bring them along and find a suitable place to start a faction. He handed the cavern world to Jin Yuan, fulfilling his promise. Jin Yuan and the 2 5-crown divine warriors swept their souls and immediately discovered the prosperity and boundless vastness of the ecliptic palace. They were overwhelmed with emotions. After confirming that Suyu had not deceived them and had not made any requests, they felt very conflicted. The pointy-faced 5-crown divine warrior was the most ashamed. He had been questioning Suyu's motives. Now it seemed that he had been gauging the heart of a ruler with his own mean measure. The 3 of them looked at each other. Jin Yuan took out a storage ring and presented it to Suyu. He said, "Our island is desolate, and we have nothing else to give you. This is just a small token of our appreciation." Suyu tried to refuse it again and again, but he had no choice but to accept it. Jin Yuan and the 2 divine warriors of heaven and earth bowed to Suyu. "We will meet again." After watching the 3 of them leave the Mingxin residence, Suyu looked at the storage device in his hand. He had imagined that it would be the island's resources. However, as his eyes swept across it, Suyu's expression changed drastically. Token of creation? A single fortune token wasn't anything strange, but there were more than 700 of them inside. How could the last island have so many tokens of creation? Unbelievable. Suyu was shocked. He had speculated that there would only be a few dozen tokens of creation on that island. It seemed like the Creation Dao Master had done this on purpose to give the largest island the possibility of endless creation. Now that Jin Yuan and the others had left the Sea of Creation, the tokens of creation would not be soaked in the Sea of Creation and would not produce the mysterious energy of creation. They were now useless objects, so they were given to Suyu for his training. They did not know that Suyu had completed his training. They did not know that others could not contain the water of the Sea of Creation, but Suyu could. Before leaving, He had filled a furnace with the sea of creation by chance. Looking at so many tokens of creation, Suyu could not help but feel a little excited. Good and evil would be rewarded. His unintentional action had brought him great opportunities. Suyu took out all the tokens of creation and threw them into the sea of creation. A large amount of energy of creation gushed out. Suyu inhaled all of it in one breath, and his cultivation rose sharply along with it. Chapter 2061. Previously, with the help of 400 creation medallions, his cultivation had increased by 40%. Now that there were more than 700 more tokens of creation, Suyu's cultivation rapidly increased, and he quickly reached the bottleneck of the early stage of the four-crown divine warrior. However, with the help of the mysterious creation chi, those bottlenecks were broken after a short while. A gust of ferocious divine energy swept towards Suyu and gushed into his inner world, quickly settling into the desolation power. After a whole day, Suyu let out a long breath, his eyes shining brightly. Mid-stage four-crown emperor realm. In terms of great desolation power, it was twice as powerful as before. When the same move was used, its power would increase by a large margin. If I were to fight with Luotian again, I would be able to defeat her easily with my sword techniques alone, right? Suyu muttered to himself. At the same time, Luotian estate. Luotian sat cross-legged as her aura fluctuated. His master, the Heavenly Wings Tao Lord, used a profound Tao Lord intent to protect him. Suddenly, Luotian's face paled and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body rapidly weakened. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I still improved." "Thank you, Master." If one observed carefully, they would discover that her cultivation had increased slightly, closing in on the peak of the late stage of a four-crown emperor. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to become a five-crown emperor. The Empyrean Wing Daelord's expression was indifferent. If you were capable, why would you need to go through such a painful process? Luotian's face was filled with shame. Disciple knows her mistake. What's wrong? When I killed him, I didn't confirm whether he was dead or not, which gave Suyu a chance to catch his breath. Luotian was filled with remorse. She had been too conceited and had assumed that Suyu had been killed by an evil being. However, she had not verified it, which had led to the current situation. In the future, we'll both be in the Ecliptic Palace. I'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Luotian spoke again, her eyes filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Suyu, she would have become a five-crown emperor with the help of the body fruit. Why would she need to rely on the painful fight poison with poison technique to improve her weak cultivation? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Suyu didn't join the Yellow Palace. Instead, he's about to leave for the realm of demons, the Heavenly Wings Pathmaster said expressionlessly. Luotian was taken aback. How could this be? It was impossible for her to take revenge. Damn it. Luotian's eyes turned sinister. She was preparing to take revenge. Her cultivation base had just increased, and her overall abilities should be able to reach the same level as Suyu. Coupled with her connections in the Ecliptic Palace, dealing with Suyu would be a piece of cake. Damn it. When is he leaving? Luotian asked again. Anytime, said the Empyrean Wing Tao Lord. What do you plan to do? If we can't deal with him, then we'll give him a gift. Luotian muttered. A profound look flashed across her pretty face. It's up to you. If there are any difficulties, tell me immediately. For that person's sake, I will fulfill my responsibility as a master, the Empyrean Wings Tao Lord said indifferently. Luotian said, "Thank you, master." So it turned out that Luotian had another identity. After he respectfully sent the Heaven Wing Tao Lord off, it wasn't long before Huanyun stood hesitantly before the estate, and he didn't dare enter. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and paid his respects. The butler looked at him with disdain and said, "Haha, master said that if you want to see her, you have to follow the literal meaning. Offer a humble apology." Huanyun's face turned green and red. He placed the talisman at the door and said, "Take it or leave it." As he spoke, he turned around and was about to leave. "Haha, master said that if you take 10 steps, you will bear the consequences yourself," the butler said indifferently. Ouya Huanyun was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly. Fine, I'll bear the consequences. The worst that can happen is death. Asking me to offer a humble apology? Does a woman like her deserve it? If he took away a talisman, he would have to offer a humble apology. How could she offer a humble apology for killing Yang Chen and so many crew members? Wouldn't it be enough to offer a humble apology with her death? Haha. Master said that she won't kill you. She will kill Liu Ruxian first, and then Shijun. If you don't believe me, you can try taking 10 more steps forward. Ouya Huanyun's face was changing rapidly. With Luotian's connections, how difficult would it be to keep 2 unknown people from the outer civilization in the Ecliptic Palace forever? It would be easy to kill them. Ouya Huanyun wasn't afraid of his own death, but he didn't want to implicate Liu Ruxian, and Shijun Luotian was very good at reading people. She knew that Ouya Huanyun was loyal to his friends. Ouya Huanyun gave in after being threatened. He lowered his head and said, I didn't bring any thorns. Haha, Master has already prepared it for you. The butler threw a bundle of thorns in front of him. Luotian had even prepared this. Ouya Huanyun struggled for a moment before he roared. He tore his clothes apart and carried the thorns on his back. In that instant, Ouya Huanyun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The thorns were covered in a highly toxic substance. The slightest touch would immediately cause his skin to feel a tearing pain. His skin turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and black blood flowed out. Ouya Huanyun gritted his teeth and said, Can I see her now? The butler opened the door and chuckled. Of course. Master welcomes those who sincerely admit their mistakes. Please follow me. Under the caretaker's unhurried guidance, Ouya Huanyun bled all the way until he finally arrived before an elegant pavilion. On the 2nd floor, Luo Shun was wearing a pink dress. Her figure was elegant like an immortal. She played the 7-stringed zither and played a light melody. As she played, she looked straight ahead and asked, Is my melody nice? Ouya Huanyun endured the pain that spread throughout his body and said, It's nice. Since it's nice, why don't you listen to it properly? The butler smiled evilly and kicked Ouya Huanyun's knee. With a plop, Ouya Huanyun fell to his knees. Haha, Master's melody is rare. Only by kneeling can I show my respect to Master. Ouya Huanyun didn't say a word and endured it silently. Finally, Ouya Huanyun finished listening to the melody amidst the pain. Luo Shun walked down the stairs and arrived in front of Ouya Huanyun. The maid behind her immediately brought over a luxurious chair for Luo Shun to sit down gracefully. Tell me, why are you here today? Ouya Huanyun endured the humiliation and said, I'm here to ask for forgiveness. What? Can you speak louder? I'm here to ask for forgiveness. Ouya Huanyun roared. Even the passers-by outside the residence could hear him and looked over in astonishment. Only then did Luo Shun nod her chin in satisfaction. Then what did you do wrong? Ouya Huanyun lowered his head and said, I shouldn't have betrayed you. Luo Shun said calmly, Let me tell you a story about a dog. There was once a dog that bit its master. The master was benevolent and decided to forgive the dog. That dog was grateful for its master's kindness, so it bit off one of its arms. Since then, it has been obedient to its master. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ouya Huanyun's face sank. Of course he understood. Luo Shun compared him to a dog and even wanted him to cut off one of his arms to vent the hatred in Luo Shun's heart.